You can sleep on the chair.
Thanks. Wait, how come you're sleeping on the couch?
I don't know.
What's wrong with your room?
Nothing.
Well, then why are you...
I saw a spider in there!
Okay then. Okay. I'm watching some. How do I say this without saying it? Invisible Mission. Okay, then.
Do one thing every day that makes you happy. Sleep. No, something that you do during the day. Sleep. No, something that you do while you're awake. Talk about sleeping. Oh my god.
Leave that. Okay, this is bad. Okay, I want to continue on to that. Oh, that's interesting that, like, doing that makes you sing.
And begin!
Mom said if I take 2 ibuprofen, my headache will be gone in an hour. I'm getting better at math, so I know that if I finish the bottle, it will be gone in a minute.
Fucking question! I asked for a fair day's pay after a fair day's work. Then he kinda got a little angry, so I admit, I kinda got a little angry. Did you kill him? What kind of fucking animal do you take me for? No, I didn't kill him. Oh, fuck. But I did kidnap his wife! Oh, no! I am nobody's master, got it? I don't want you here, and I don't want you here. I'm stuck with you.
In any case, the nice thing about having a wizard in a party is that there's someone to like solve your puzzles and like, you know, I will say as a DM, there are certain things where it's like, sometimes you don't want, like sometimes I will get questions from people being like, what do you do if PCs solve your puzzle too early? And I'm like, that's never the problem. The problem is always, you see strange clues. Everyone rolls, well, we all rolled a bunch of dumbasses, so no one gets it. And then you're like, okay, you go back to town.
So, yeah, this is going to be a short one. Unless I'm missing something. So, yeah, unless I'm missing something, this is a bit short. Of sorts. Okay, there we go. And it is good. You have this sort of like chase that leads into them trying to get this specific person into safety to try and solve out what's happening with this specific situation. But there was 4 episodes and then they stopped. I don't know why. Maybe I'm missing something. But yeah. The one thing I like Five, 4, 3, 2, 1 is throughout this whole thing, you have this sort of, there's a scene where they're in the throne room and they're like, okay, what's actually happening? And then they're trying to solve ways to do this. But the way that they do it is such, this sort of like like, oh, we can do this. It's like, oh, but this person and this. You can tell that this has been a while, and I don't really... With this series, it's good. I like it. But I like it because it's fun, and that's it. And besides that one scene, there's not really a lot. And besides... And yeah, I do like the series, and besides, obviously, I need to have some shorts, because I've got another job, which is good. This is still good, and I still enjoy it, and I would recommend it. Unless I'm missing episodes, because it seems like stuff was missing, but yeah. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and good night. And I'm starting. You recording all that? Yes. Remember, this would be like, I think we'll go to 2 like really short days, but Thursday and Friday. Okay, then I'm reconnected. Hopefully this works, but I'm just gonna do a couple of things. I'm gonna do the review first, to be fair, because review first, then I can just move the stuff along. When this hasn't gone up. By the time you get this. I'm just waiting for, because I'm just going to use my phone, and then tomorrow hopefully the Wi-Fi is back up and running. Let me just try something. If the first is working, I might... Zero. Okay, so let's do that. I have a couple of things working on each other. I'm testing out the thing, which is, it's early because it's November, which is the 11th month, but because I'm doing it based on a month, and you can only get like, I think 12 hours, I'm going to start the process for the early months, because some of the months are like long, so... Yeah. I'm going to just click enter. Okay. 5. Okay. I love I'm going for hot. I'm not even in a hot plane.
Is now boarding. All passengers, please proceed to gate 4.
Okay.
Now go.
Okay.
And begin.
So yeah, I agree. It's stupid. If you look, it says November the 16th, 2021. And if you go back to probably my content ages away, that's like 3 years ago, please don't. You can see that was a reaction that I did. And I do agree, it's stupid. But I'm a person who likes to show, here is my history. Here is sort of like the videos I made in the past that has now affected me currently. And because this was a video in the past that was created November 16th, 2021, I'm like, okay, here's my history. Here was my videos I used to make. Here's the mistakes I used to make, including making React stuff because I thought I was clever. Turns out, if you have nothing to say, don't say it at all. And basically don't be stupid. But I agree. It might be quiet here. I don't know why, I just love this. I don't know why this is becoming as big as it is. Because I have sort of watched someone else play the Persona games, and if you're Conjuring, why don't you play it? It's hard, and I can't play RPGs, RPGs to save my life. It's too complicated, too confusing, and yeah, Nico B played the version. Also, don't know why I didn't have a light on. Legitimately not Smosh. I need to give it sort of light, but yeah.
I've got a plan. Me too. What's your plan? To listen to your plan. Good plan.
Care to explain what that was on your For You page? Now you're here. Wait a minute. That means I'm on your For You page. Oh.
I will never hold as much power as the one day I told the self-proclaimed alpha male dude that the scientist who came up with the theory of alpha and omega later on called it his greatest mistake and his Frankenstein. The way that man's world fell apart in that single second as he scrambled to try and defend it was glorious. I will never feel the same way again. I have hit my peak. I have crumbled this man's entire self-worth. It was great. I had a good day that day.
Shh, it's a secret. Or at least I think it should be. So yeah. So the only thing that I want to say is sort of in the non-spoiler section. Is one of the things that exists that I watched the original Fantastic Beasts, and there's the first one, the second one, and the first one, and debatably I don't remember the second one because, and the first one I like, and I find really interesting. It looks at the beast, it looks at the thing, and I kind of like it. It's not great, but it's okay. The second one, I have legitimately watched it, and then when it ended, I was like, oh, wait, it's over? Okay. And the third one? Well, let's get into the third one. So, yeah. with the spoilers, because besides it being a thing, there's not much to say. It's okay. It's fine. And besides some of the magical effects, like some of like the teleporting, still looks pretty decent. Still looks fine. And the one effect, which I would like to shout out, because I absolutely love it, there's this thing where it's like, the thing at the end where it's like, oh, I was protecting someone else and they're trying to harm someone else, which counterbalances it. Stupid. Fully, like, absolutely just a way to get rid of the problem. And it's so interesting and fascinating about, like, the pet. And I like the pet of, like, they will see the true goodness in someone. It is really interesting. And I do kind of like that. But I am going to be completely honest. And the only thing that I absolutely like, besides, is when you have that moment of, like, even if I think of him, like, that idea. Obviously, they describe it at the end, and I find it stupid. But yeah. Besides that, it's just a thing. So yeah, just a thing. So yeah, it's not good, not bad. If you want to watch it, sure. If you don't, sure. It's a thing. So yeah, I hope you enjoy, and good night.
Due to the 2024 Olympic Games, there is a DJ Kara special today. What's the difference between Usain Bolt and Hitler? Usain Bolt can finish a race. Sorry. Lady, hit me tonight.
And also, technically, finishing Psych. Which is so weird, but like... I'm on episode... No. Yeah, I'm on episode 9, which technically it ends on 11. Technically it ends on 11, but technically, canonically, it ends on 10. I'm still gonna count 11. But it's going to be like 2 episodes. So, shut up. Shut up.
Excuse me, everyone. Sex! Now that I have your attention...
You don't have our attention.
Money!
I'm listening.
You had me at sex.
Pervert.
You have all of our attention just by screaming anything.
That's good to know.
Game theory, and I have questioned, what does it mean to be Judge Judy is the Ed Sheeran's over the certain age? Americans over the age of 65. What does that mean? I don't know. I have confusing. And I'm excited for October 26th, where he's doing some live stuff. It's a Make-A-Wish thing. October the 26th, Matt Pat, Make-A-Wish. They're doing an audition.
How do you throw a punch?
You want to take the fucker out with one swing, so it's all about haymakers. Haymakers, fuck you. And if that doesn't work, you can just go with the ragdoll. 100% of the time, it works almost never.
Something about DNA which evolves as a gene. Yeah. Oh, I love that idea. love that idea. It's like, we do Saber. It's like, yeah, Usain but you got unable to. Yeah, I do like that idea where it's like sometimes you can't.
There have been studies that show that when you sleep next to the person you love, it makes it a lot easier to fall asleep.
Gentlemen, let's be civil about this. Let's make a deal. You surrender, and you don't die. How does that sound?
And how do you intend to kill us?
Oh, no, I can't kill you. But my buddy can. Say hi, buddy.
Healing spell. Healing spell. Healing spell.
Just let me die, Brian!
So yeah, another Taskmaster episode or series. I think I've said this before on a couple other reviews, but I'm doing more shorter ones. So technically, this should have been done later, like days later. But yeah, this is fun. It's Taskmaster. It's amazing. It's hilarious. I've said this countless times, and I am actively getting excited for the this year New Year special, because that's going to be amazing. It is just an amazing series that does really awesome. Again, I just find it fun and awesome. Again, there's not much to say. I just love it. That's why this is 1 minute and the shortest one I think that is going to be. But yeah, it's really fun. It's really exciting, and just it's an awesome show. Go and watch it. Also, it takes place in Fort Park. That's the only thing of like really interesting. Is like some of the challenges in Fort Park.
Do not worry, you will be fixed up in no time.
Did I win?
You participated.
Yay. So yeah, I'm really excited about that. Also, I won't be reading your chat for a bit, because I am going to be playing Cuphead. 5 hearts under one roof. Okay, that is confusing. Because some of these are like Rec Room. This I want to do. I want to play a couple of simulators. That'll be fun. Collection. Also, I know technically I've already done one for this week, but because I only have sort of 2 days off in a way.
Am I devious? Yes, I think I am. But as the old saying goes, I didn't come here to make friends. Well, that's bullshit. That's exactly what I came here to do.
It's really interesting. Come on. Disease. Okay. I just like this series because it's so fun and so much shit. And I'm excited to carry on watching it because it's still watching it. I'm just waiting for dubs. It's so fun. Oh, it's so fun. I so want some things to happen, and I'm excited. Well, not excited because some things are effed up, but it would be interesting for this story.
You might say it
look sort of blue. Blue.
The person who has sent you this video has one question for you. No bitches?
So, while I'm setting stuff up, I'm just going to put it over here. Also, I've got something secret, so technically 9th, I think it is. The 9th, I think, just has one. Yeah, no, it just has one. And it's a bit short. So, fun. So it's going to be making Cuphead play gig back to normal. Back to normal. Yay. Yeah. Back to normal with the on this day. I'm gonna quickly just set up. On this day, and lastly, the review with 5, but it's technically 4 because I have something a little bit different in mind for this.
On a scale from 1 to 10, my friend, you're fucked.
I look down on him because I am upper class. I look up to him because he is upper class. But I look down on him because he is lower class. I am middle class. I know my place. I look up to them both. But I don't look up to him as much as I look up to him. Because he has got innate breeding. I have got innate breeding, but I have not got any money. So sometimes I look up to him. I still look up to him. Because although I have money, I am vulgar. But I'm not as vulgar as him. So I still look down on him. I know my place. I look up to them both. But while I'm poor, I'm industrious, honest, and trustworthy. Had I the inclination, I could look down on them. But I don't. We all know our place, but what do we get out of it? I get a feeling of superiority over them. I get a feeling of inferiority from him. But a feeling of superiority over him. I get a pain in the back of my neck.
This is justice! How they mean, but let's have fun with it. So yeah, Batman Grape... yeah, starting this review, Batman Grape Crusader. Yeah, grape. You know Batman, he loves his grapes. I could just hear the collective. Anyway. Let's continue. Okay. So before I saw with the review, there is one thing which I do know. Because I was watching a video on someone talking about Steven Universe. And a lot of people know that I sort of like Steven Universe and sort of have watched it. I wasn't around sort of like actively watching it, but I kind of like, it was one of the things that I watched alongside it. Same with Gravity Force, that like I watched the people sort of making the videos when it came out. So sort of like third person. And then I watched it. Because I'm like, oh, why don't I watch it? I'm like, oh yeah, this is good. There are a couple of things wrong that I sort of not the greatest fan of Steven Universe. I think somewhat the ending was rushed, but I do understand that that was the CEO's, not the creative decision to do that. Well, yeah, it was, but like they were kind of having their hands forced by the CEOs. But I kind of get that. But a lot of people say that I've heard that this was originally cancelled and like stopped airing, and then it went on to Prime by being rescued and bought by Prime. And season 2's getting made because by the end of season 1, I'm like, oh please, I want more of this. I absolutely want more of it. Some of the villains in this, I love the designs, and I love it. It's so good, and it's so fun for me to watch. But, yeah, that's all that being said. When they were talking about Steven Universe, they said there's someone who's a prime target for a show to be picked up. Wow, I wonder what that's talking about. Not obviously the Prime series that is on Amazon Prime. But obviously they were talking about how the Batman got rescued. So I was like, okay, I'm going to watch it. So yeah, I know this is a lengthy issue, but this is basically how I came to watch the series. I found this. I was like, okay, here's the thing I'm watching. This is good. It's entertaining. There's a lot of, like, really fun stuff about this. Definitely with, like, the stuff that comes around with it. How it's really entertaining and fun to watch. It's absolutely a blast. I'm not actually joking. The villains, the characters, legitimately, the one thing that I will talk about it to heaven and earth is the animation. Which has this sort of, like, nice, fun, like, sort of style. A bit serious, but looks... And the one thing I also like is... I don't know how well they did it, and if anything is accurate, like, the cast, it looks sort of, some of the tech and stuff that they have looks a bit old-fashioned, because I think Cape Crusader is sort of a 1 year type situation, like Batman 1 year type situation, same with, like, the Batman, with, like, the movie they did with the Riddler, but I like this, how Batman did, here's the modern day, Batman first year, modern tech, cops sort of like dealing with thumbprint ID cards, which I like. But I like the idea of like no technology as much as you would think, limited stuff. I don't know when Batman takes place, but I'd be interested to find out. Batman Caped. Okay, maybe that mistake again. Because it is really good. When does... Oh, someone else probably searched it. Takes place in the present day. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it because, yeah. The 1940s. Also, I love the AI's like modern day. Place in the present day. Literally, the next article down. www.emmy.com. The 10-episode series. Yada yada yada. Cap's criteria is set in the 1940s. So it's not the present day AI. Literally read. Okay. AI, good with people with disabilities, fact. But sometimes it is dumb. Anyway, so I like the fact that you have this sort of like, some of the people, I don't know how accurate it is, but some of the speech is a little bit like old-fashioned sounding, because there's a lot of like older words I don't think get used around anymore. But here's the fun part. The one thing I love, and the one thing I've constantly said, the same with like Spider-Man, I like Batman's rogues gallery. And when you see a couple of villains, they're so good. Firefly, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Firefly, I love. Definitely his machineries. The guy who can do, I don't know his name, but like the final villain who has sound based, who like says the stuff. I always forget names, but his design looks really cool. Yet like his thing is really interesting. Like with this being more serious, you would think like, how are you gonna like but like he does. He still feels intimidation even though he's just making like sound effects type stuff. It's like really fun and really interesting. The one that I did know a bit beforehand, so I was kind of spoiled, was there was a TikTok about this sort of art style. And I was like, wait, which Batman series is this? And it was about like the carnival. And about like the sort of like girl who's sort of like taking the youth I don't know how. Science, actually no, that's probably magic people. But anyway, I did see that beforehand, and the reason why I did is because it came across my feed. I'm like, don't know what series this is wrong. I'm pretty sure this might have been when the series might have been maybe in the limbo of like it could be dropped, it could never be seen again, sort of thing before like Prime saved it, which I wouldn't be surprised. But like I saw that and I'm like, oh, this is interesting. I'd love to see the show, and probably someone was trying to be like, save this. But it looks so good and so terrifying. And even though I knew it going in, so like when you finally see it, it didn't hit me as much. I was like, wait a second, I don't trust you. Moment one, because I know you're the villain. But my favorite has to be Harley Quinn. Because like, in the end of the season, 1, 2, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you sort of see the Joker. But Harley Quinn is already introduced as this sort of thing. And I don't know if they're going to do the Harley Quinn and the Joker being separate entities of chaos. Because Harley Quinn does a different thing. Rather than being like just chaos, she's doing this sort of like anti-hero thing about, rather than criminals, people who take advantage, manipulate, and hurt others. And then she takes those people who legitimately deserve to be there in a certain way and puts them and sort of like oh yeah, and to like give away all your money to like charities and all this stuff. And it's like really interesting, the idea, because it's not wrong, I get it, but it's probably less like extreme ways rather than going from therapy to kidnap. But I love it. Definitely the design of Harley Quinn is really good. And the fact that Harley Quinn is introduced earlier, alongside Two-Face is introduced earlier, really good. Because you see Harley Quinn, you see the, like, oh, I'm nice, I'm a good moral citizen, I'm a criminal. And then you see Two-Face descent into crime, which is really interesting, and I love it. I also love it, sort of like Two-Face, I always forget the names. I just said the name, stupid. Is a bit of a dick beforehand. So I was like, oh, okay, I get it a bit. But yeah, it is so tragic and it is so sad. But yeah. So yeah, that's a lot. On the days I've got off work, it might be a bit longer than the days on. So that's why I'm picking and choosing. So it's not going to be in the order that it technically was in. But yeah, I hope you enjoy. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and good night. So if you look at my TikTok, if you look at my YouTube page, it should have this sort of like, I don't know what it's called. It should be at the top of it, if I'm correct. There should be a link to a certain page. Yeah, there are links, and I do have a TikTok linked. I sort of upload on both, so if you see this, you might see this on my TikTok. There might be a little image here, so it covers up the YouTube watermark. But besides that, yeah, it's going to be sort of fun. And something interesting. I don't know why. I like doing this. It is always a fun sort of like thing. But yeah, I do have a TikTok. Most of these come from TikTok, unless I'm making YouTube comments, then they're coming from YouTube. But yeah, that's sort of, yeah, it's in my YouTube bio, I think. So yeah, I like this comment. It is simple, but again, I don't care because I, at the moment, don't care about relationships. So as such, that doesn't affect me. But I just love how there's certain people who say so many stupid things, and I could look at that being like, excuse me, right? Like, there's some people being like, you do not need to, like, accept her, like, refusal. It's like, you are a moron, and yes, you do, because that's life. There's yes, and then there's no. So, by that logic, people can say, no. Shocker. I've discovered a new concept. The concept of people saying... I know this is probably obvious. I think I know what it is. And this is one of the things, and I think you'll notice it in a couple of my Plague Inc. streams or like on YouTube when it comes on live, where there's a couple of like scientific words that I'm not 100% sure which of which I'm not going to actually point. I was about to point. It is technically here. It's going to be moved here because that means I could move his hair and still put a sticker to cover up. What's testosterone and what's estrogen? If I'm correct, I think it's like the main stereotypical, like, basic binary male-female hormone. But I'm not 100% sure. And I'm just curious. And I am dumb. So yeah, please, could you tell me? So I re-recorded this because I did this stupidly. But yeah. I was working at Ghost Train, and I'm saying it now, but like that's because stupid. I was wearing a mask anyway, so you probably couldn't see me. But I didn't want anyone to be like, "Oh, it's him," and I wanted that. I was still gonna do this, so I didn't know who was gonna come in to Fall Park. So, but yeah, they wanted my eyes to be covered. So while I was wearing the mask, like sort of like these sort of like things you can sort of like see, but things probably like a little bit less. But we wanted to blend it in a bit more so you couldn't see the eye, so the eye sort of like blends in. So that was probably on my face, sort of like black face paint just around the eyes, not on the face, because I know that is bad in any regard. I would say no, but just. We go insane.
You're up.
Okay, I need to retry.
You're up.
Okay. Huh. Spread around the world, spread around the world. It's been 11 minutes. You guys don't ignore that sound. Let's do that. Okay, then let's go into the Cuphead, which will be the last one. Actually, no, I need to. Okay, then let's get YouTube.
Okay.
How dare you, you damn nerd!
Hotchon, I didn't know.
You did know, Deku!
What happened? He didn't get spicy food for Bakugo. Don't we have reserve hot sauce for situations like this? No. Kaya? No. Taki? Those aren't even hot. They're pretty hot to me. Well, that's because you're a baby. We've established this. Now it sounds like an insult. No. I hear hot. Are we talking about girl? We're talking about food, you violet twit. Poetic and scalding burn. Well done. Thanks.
Where the hell is my chili crisp?
What'd you call me?
For once, I wasn't calling you a nickname, Icy Hot. Stop giving me ideas!
Chili pepper, Roki, not chili temperature. Who would want a cold pepper anyway? Okay, you're just dense. Yeah, confidence. Boo. Yep, the door is right there. How long were you holding onto that one? Don't answer that. Just see yourself out. I thought it was great. Thank you. Yep. What? Get out!
So yeah, this is a bit longer, but I think it was funny. I found this. I did this on stream, but I want to do a recording of it. Here's my recap. You're listening this year. The vibes was anime music, dramatic, pumped up, and lively. So yeah, that was fun. Again, this is mostly just a fun thing, and I just like looking at this because look at all of this. This looks so cool than what it was before, being more thing. You're ranked up 14,891 minutes listening this year. You explored over 833 different tracks, but only one could become the theme song. Let's see what it is. Everlasting Love by The Longest Solo, which I love as a band. I really think they're cool. There's gonna be like a lot of like things. If you go to the YouTube, there's gonna be like tag. There's still gonna be the 2 hashtags, but I'm gonna like tag all the YouTubes because why not? And the songs because I don't know why. Maybe I just think it'll be fun. But yeah, you can see I listened to The Longest Solo so much that 2 of these are from The Longest Solo. Open the Door and Everlasting Love. I also love that 2 of these are specifically soundtrack stuff, with this being from Madoka Magica. It's like some of the sad stuff, and this being from Final Destination. If you couldn't tell by the head. You even have down here with, actually you can see it, I just can't, Be Weird is also the longest solo. So 3 out of the 5 are the longest solos. I found them because they did some of the Digital Circuit songs that I love, and then I just got hooked. 2024 recap, let's gather your playlist, and I saved it. Also, I make it public because they generate the playlist, and I just find it fun, so... Your year had a whole cast of characters, but only one could be the star. Who's the star? 16 hours and 13 songs with the longest solo ever. Because they are awesome. How much of a fan were you? Let's find out. You were the top 4% of the longest solo listeners, which makes sense. They're kind of big subscribers. There's kind of a lot. I'm surprised I'm 4%, which is a lot. Let's roll out some of the credits of the supporting cast. Let's see who I've got in supporting cast. Again, this is just weird. I just love this though. So obviously, the longest solo at 18 hours. You also have Brian Taylor, who I think did stuff like Final Destination, who I listened to a couple of like Final Destination 1 and 2, Final Destination 2, Final Destination 3, 4, 5, which he has. The Stupendium, which I absolutely love, makes a lot of good like musicals. Oreo, which is always good. Oreo's music's really good. And I think at the beginning of the year, rather than I listened to a lot of the one of the things I love with Oreo, they have a whole series of electric swing type music, which is part of a series which started and then slowly one by one got introduced, and it's so good. You also have this channel, where I listen to a lot of the Danganronpa music, but I've also listened to a couple of the others, but that's also really good. Again, I love all of these people. You had the main character energy. Let's replay the plot for some reason. I don't know why this is just fun. January, you're all about happy. At last, musicals. We love that for you. Yay. March, you had Everlasting Fun. Khadija Pay song on repeat. Makes sense. I listen to a lot of songs sometimes. I get like really hooked into a song and I'm like, I will repeat it for 12 years. April, your top month for you. Favorite. The longest solo ever. Oh, again, go and listen to their music. It's really good. April was your top month and your favorite was Brian Taylor. Again, I kind of think that's the Final Destination stuff. So, but it's still good. But it's more soundtrack compared to the longest solo ever. But yeah. So yeah, here is the year. If your year was a film, what would it be? Let's see. Muscle, which is so weird, if you look, contains beauty and brawn and high energy, high workout worthiness sort of stuff, and it's like, wait, what? I usually don't listen to music during this stuff. What? Some people talk, but you know how to listen, especially when it comes to podcasts. I'm surprised they did podcasts. They didn't do it, I think, last year. But yeah, I listened to it a lot, definitely during the beginning of Smosh Reddit read stories, which I don't do anymore, and I want to get back into it. But, let's see. So yeah, here. This is a lot. I listened to, I found it interesting. I didn't listen to a lot of his writers' playlist, Writers Device playlist, but I listened to two things a lot, which is basically the Lily things, 50, 100 tips, writing tips that I saw them react to, and then their version. I Am the Jerk, you know that type of stuff. It's like, Am I the Asshole? To Twilight Zone, which that's going to not be on there anymore because the Twilight Tober Zone is over. He's said it, he's announced it. Lord Drums is really good, and I'm doing it now when I'm streaming, so I can stop, like, there's a lot of series there's a lot of stuff that I've watched, and there's a lot of reviewing, and I want to cut it down, so sometimes when I'm at home, every so often, I might, instead of watching a TV series while I'm doing recordings, I'm watching Lore Dump nowadays. Because that's a good thing to watch in the background. Some idiots talking about fun stuff while I'm just watching stuff upload and talking to chat. But yeah, but Reddit Smosh stories. If I run out of Lore Dump, I'll go to Smosh reading Reddit because that is the funnest version of it. But yeah, I did watch this during the beginning of the year. That's really good to listen to while doing the reading because I'm reading stories and it's really stupid. And sometimes some of the people are really stupid. But that's funny. This year was certainly had its ups and downs. So yeah. You have, these were your musical muse. Energizing, dramatic, uplifting, fun, and upbeat. Here's all of them. Again, this is going to be at least a 10-minute video. I wasn't originally trying to, but... Well, that's a wrap on 2024. Let's see you next year for the sequel. Which is... You have this, which is basically all the information. Besides, I think podcast is on here. You have, here was the full quote. You can, because I couldn't read it. Beauty and brawn with high energy hits and workout worthy tracks. Which some of these I would say yes with Let's Get Weird and this. But Everlasting Love has highs and downs, but it's not really a workout because you have the chorus, which is really aggressive, but you have a da 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 da. It's my second favorite Kanita Pet because if you know Kanita Pet, it's really good. The other one is better because I like the era where it's like, why? This is and I really like that. Oh, I just realized also a total time of 14,800 891 minutes. That's just a lot. So yeah. Get the musical album, personalized music mixes, and more only on YouTube Music app, which is so. This is basically like them bring up basically an ad for YouTube Music, but I'm fine with it because they take the music I listen to, even though I don't actually listen to YouTube Music, but I listen to on YouTube, and it's like, okay, here's what you like, here's the themes that came up a lot, and it's really cool and awesome. So yeah. It's fun. If you want to, let's see what yours is. But yeah, good night with 10 minutes. Can I? Oh. No, I'm not allowed here. Never mind. Bye. Woo. So yeah. This is cool. Enough said. Again, it's weird. It's not bad. It's fun. It's awesome. But you can tell with the title, it is very fun and very unique. It is, like some others, a sort of like power thing, whereas like one person gains power in a specific way, that means they go to another world. But it is cool, it is fun, and it is really, really entertaining, in my opinion. The one thing which I constantly do like is it's constantly words of like a skill which is hidden until like it's activated, which I just love as an idea. But more important, stories, writing, not writing of other stories, but writing of like, I'm gonna write your story, which I love that as an idea of like someone taking people's stories and being like, okay, what is that? What is your story? And I love it. I love that whole idea of like, what is your story? Not anyone else's, your story. Like your history, your this, your that. And I love it. And I love how that involves them sending it back. But again, it is fun, it is cool, and yeah, it is just entertaining to generally watch. So yeah, it's fun, it's cool, and I 100% recommend to watch. But yeah, go and watch it. There's not much to say about it, just go and watch it. It is fun, it is awesome, but yeah. So I hope you enjoy, and good night.
You used to be so nice. No, I used to be a pushover and a people pleaser, and I let people like you walk all over me. But now I have boundaries and a little bit of self-respect, and you don't like that I'm not your personal doormat anymore.
Fast and, where's the last human place, wherever well. I'm gonna wait and see if that loads. I'm highly doubtful. I'm just waiting. Yeah, that's one thing I get confused about. Why doesn't it load? Yeah, I think the only two players are these two. Humans left, all have died a horrible death. I have a problem.
I look down on him because I am upper class. I look up to him because he is upper class. But I look down on him because he is lower class. I am middle class. I know my place.
I look up to them both. But I don't look up to him as much as I look up to him. Because he has got innate breeding.
I have got innate breeding, but I have not got any money. So sometimes I look up to him. I still look up to him, because although I have money, I am vulgar. But I'm not as vulgar as him, so I still look down on him.
I know my place. I look up to them both. But while I'm poor, I'm industrious, honest, and trustworthy. Had I the inclination, I could look down on them. But I don't.
We all know our place, but what do we get out of it? I get a feeling of superiority over them. I get a feeling of inferiority from him, but a feeling of superiority over him.
I get a pain in the back of my neck.
Okay, let me just look at no, options, control. Let's switch weapons. Switch weapons B. Do I not? Wait, no, let me just exit the map. Because I thought I bought a secondary weapon. If that's the case, I might try and put a secondary. I don't have a secondary weapon. I do have a secondary weapon, but it's not in Blood Jesus.
Here goes.
This is so much easier. Am I did? Oh no, I'm unwanted. Yeah, I made this joke before, but let's go with it. Let's continue. So yeah, the unwanted undead adventurer. It's good. These are sort of the two animes I like. People go to another world and have these really weird, fun scenarios, and they just go with it. And then the other side, people get these weird abilities because of these odd scenarios that happen. It is fun, it is interesting, and it is absolutely cool, and I absolutely love it. And yeah, again, it's just fun. In my opinion, stuff like this is just fun and mad. So I 100% worth watching it, but again, it's just, I like odd stuff, and I fully admit it. Okay, the only thing of spoilers that I want to say, which is just small, the one thing I love is that they have like this flying blimp, but every time I look at like the small one, it's like, is that a drone? I also like the maze section, because it's like this maze that constantly shifts. I'm like, okay, that's a fun idea. Obviously, other people are going to say it. Yes, Hogwarts and Harry Potter did it. I'm not going to say it's new and original. I'm not going to claim that. But I always like the idea of, like, you have this sort of, like, area that there's no point of a map because everything's going to change. Like, there's, like, the person outside, yeah, there's no map, no bother. It's just so fun and so insane. So yeah, I 100% like it. I do think it's really good. And I do recommend to go and watch it. So yeah, so I hope you enjoyed, and good night.
I look down on him because I am upper class. I look up to him because he is upper class. But I look down on him because he is lower class. I am middle class.
I know my place. I look up to them both. But I don't look up to him as much as I look up to him. Because he has got innate breeding.
I have got innate breeding, but I have not got any money. So sometimes I look up to him. I still look up to him, because although I have money, I am vulgar. But I'm not as vulgar as him, so I still look down on him.
I know my place. I look up to them both. But while I'm poor, I'm industrious, honest, and trustworthy. Had I the inclination, I could look down on them. But I don't.
We all know our place, but what do we get out of it? I get a feeling of superiority over them. I get a feeling of inferiority from him, but a feeling of superiority over him. I get a pain in the back of my neck.
Hi. Press control. That is a weird thing to graffiti on a board. I should do that. Oh my god, we should totally do that. We should just start graffitiing instructions for like keyboard controls, but out in real life so people get confused. Oh my god, how bad would that mess with someone's mind if they were just out in the forest and it said, press shift to run. Do it. Do that thing. Do the thing. Do that thing. Do that thing. We're gonna do that thing. Go out and
oh, that's so good. Okay, so that's and now that's okay. Well, but I have my lasagna. No. Let me just take this off. Yes.
Good night, Alfred.
Good night, Master Wayne.
Ha-ha! It is I, Condiment King, and I'm going to relish the fact that I found the Batcave and discovered Batman's secret Okay, who the f*** are you?
Hello. My name is Alfred Thaddeus Crane Pennyworth, ex-Special Forces and butler to the Wayne Manor. I answer the door, I clean up the estate, and I take out the trash. I also unalive self-entitled little twats such as yourself.
What is that?
This is a 12 gauge.
But I thought Batman doesn't use gun.
Am I wearing a cape?
No.
Am I wearing a cowl?
No.
Shame. It would have been better for you if I was.
Wait, what does that mean? What the hell was that?
Nothing, Master Wayne, just another orphan without any athletic skills that wanted to be a Robin. Go back to bed.
Gross, I hate those ones.
Werewolves! Oh no! Who is it? Oh no. So yeah, I found this, and I absolutely love this. Well, that's simply because this is based on werewolves, and I've heard of werewolves. I haven't played it, but I love the game. I love the concept. I love the idea of like someone being like, oh, who is it? Who is that sort of stuff that is happening? And trying to figure out that sort of stuff is fun for me. This one, and I really do like how they take the spin and how it all looks really fun in that way. With how the dynamics work is really interesting and really creative. And it's so fun because of that. It's like small little things that are like, oh, now you know what's going on. You sort of like, oh, this role means this and that role means that, and it's so fun. The only thing I think of note which I like the whole thing, but the only thing I like, which is spoilers, is one, I just love the villain that shows up, which sort of turns out to be the main head of security, which is so fun because of the Cupid rule. But I also love the idea that one of them, they have dementia, they slowly get better because of, like, I think the warrior rule, the warrior sort of position. But before he sort of, like, because dementia means you forget stuff, he writes down a letter being like, I love you, I've had the amazing time doing this sort of situation. It's so sad and emotional. That's just really nice, in my opinion. This is just really awesome as a sort of idea. It's fun, it's creative, it's just genius. This is what it is. This is absolutely genius. And I 100% recommend for you to go and watch it. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and good night.
Good night, Alfred.
Good night, Master Wayne.
Ha! It is I, Condiment King, and I'm going to relish the fact that I found the Batcave and discovered Batman's secret Okay, who the f*** are you?
Hello, my name is Alfred Thaddeus Crane Pennyworth, ex-Special Forces and butler to the Wayne Manor. I answer the door, I clean up the estate, and I take out the trash. I also unalive self-entitled little twats such as yourself.
What is that?
This is a 12 gauge.
But I thought Batman doesn't use gun.
Am I wearing a cape?
No.
Am I wearing a cowl?
No.
Shame. It would have been better for you if I was.
Wait, what does that mean? What the hell was that?
Nothing, Master Wayne, just another orphan without any athletic skills that wanted to be a Robin. Go back to bed.
Gross, I hate those ones.
This is so much easier. I need to have no hits. Oh, this weapon is so overpowered. Why didn't I use it the first time? Because I went to chase her and track her. I am eventually going to get everything.
No! My new wallpaper. Oh, shit.
I have a question.
Is it about cheese? Do you want cheese?
How did you know? You're psychic.
Oh, when you do this, it's always about food.
I don't know how to feel about being this predictable.
The missile is very tired. He is eepy. The missile has had a very long day of splashing bandits and wants to take just a small sleep. He eeby and neebies to sleepy. Mibsile sleepy and need bed by time. The missile is currently experiencing critical levels of being a sleevagey little guy and needs to go to bed. He is very tired and needs to slep. Just a little sleeging time is a treat. Midsilly lele needs to slek. Vertoird boyo. Just a lil guy. Mipsipalibile needs his beady sleep. Look at him go. He yawned because he's skeegy. Neebs to falafel asleep. Neeny time. Good night, Mr. the Missile.
Take me to jail! Away from her!
How long will he be in jail?
For stealing TV remotes? Probably 30 days.
I can wait 30 days.
How long for slapping a cop?
6 months.
Take me to jail! Away from her!
How long will he be in jail?
For stealing TV remotes? Probably 30 days.
I can wait 30 days.
How long for slapping a cop?
6 months.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of forgiveness.
That's the sound of people drowning, Carl.
That is what forgiveness sounds like. Screaming and then silence.
Now it's time to die.
Oh, thank God.
So, yeah. I am here again, and I can see things. So, yeah. It's Psych. I love Psych. It's awesome. It's amazing. The characters are cool, the actors are cool. And besides the spoiler section, where I want to talk about two episodes, which is fitting because it's nearly Christmas. Yeah, let's get into the fun part. Let's go! So yeah, my phone, because I want to make sure I get the episodes right. The 2 episodes are near the end, which is The Polarizing Express and Yang Free in 2D, which I like The Polarizing Express because it does the whole the thing that everyone does sometimes when they do a Christmas episode, which is like the past, where it's like, what would it be like if you didn't came back? And that sort of like fun, sort of like, ooh, here's the past, here's this person. And it's like, some of them are like really sad, some of them are like really dramatized, and some of them are like, is it true, is it not? I like the when we go to the police station, like, what is this? It is absolutely insane. It is so cool though. And so entertaining. The other one is Yang, because it introduces the concept which comes up in season 6, which is the father of Sean being detective, consultative, the head of the consultives. So he'll be in charge of like looking over the consultative. I think it only works for like season 6, because and then afterwards I think, yeah, it's only for season 6, and then he gets shot. Spoilers. This is the spoiler section, but yeah, and then he resigns, gets shot, and then there's a whole thing, and then he doesn't do it for season 7 or 8, which is sad because he was so good at that. But yeah, I think I've said this time and time again. This sort of like Psych is really good, and I really love it. It's really entertaining and just really fun. So I 100% recommend for you to watch. So I hope you enjoy, and good night.
The best friendships are between one person who the world sees as an asshole and one person who the world sees as like the most lovely person of all time. And that is normally because the person who is an asshole is low-key actually kind of nice, and the person who is so lovey-dovey is actually low-key kind of an asshole.
So yeah.
Wrong jacket.
The best friendships are between one person who the world sees as an asshole and one person who the world sees as like the most lovely person of all time. And that is normally because the person who is an asshole is low-key actually kind of nice, and the person who is so lovey-dovey is actually low-key kind of an asshole.
So I am starting again. Starting again. Yeah, this stuff happened. It crashed. Yeah, so things are opening because they are. So originally I was going to do let's hope it's only 3, because that will not be too bad. 1 will just be the whole thing again, because I think this is just like, oh yeah, it's just 2 minutes. 2-minute shots. So it's not even worth it.
Reconnected, because it's disconnected and reconnected like hell, and this is part 4. Yeah, I think it's just because my computer's been on and I forgot to turn it off like an idiot. That's the problem, and I did it again. Turned the computer off so it doesn't overheat. So yeah, season 7. Yeah, not season 7, season 4. The only two things that I like is, one, in season 3 we have an old western theme. There's nothing really like, I'm not going to talk about like something great or something not great, but I just like it in general. So yeah, and I also, the one thing that I want to talk about is the sort of like movie Mr. Yin thing that they did. That brings in a small like little thing. I was here and I've been mute for like 2 minutes. Yeah, I just need to do a couple of things. Watching Star Fairy. But I was watching that, and one of the things that it sort of came up with like, oh, you copy other people. Whereas like I went to a specialist school with like t-shirt jeans. I don't know if that's just like me being like stereotypical, at least male facing, where I'm like, I would like to wear other stuff. Like I want to add more colors to my stuff, not like just like black, which this was for like some course I was doing, but like I want to like wear colors. Like I like the pink I've got. I love the like the idea of like that that dark maroon red. I'd like to wear like a dark maroon red with a purple. That would be like a good color. Of like, if you watch my thing of like Plague Inc, sort of like wear that with like some purple, that would be a fucking thing. But that is one thing that I would want to do. Anyway. It is nearly finished, I just need to move something. Ooh. Ooh. I need to have no hits. Oh, this weapon is so overpowered. Why didn't I use it the first time? Because I went to chase her and track her. I am eventually gonna get everything.
Now go!
Huh. Oh! Someone's hurt their thumb. That sounds weird. It would make sense if you understand. But let's go into it! So yeah, besides that being odd, that was the only one I think of. This is about people who share pain. Maybe I could have done that better. I don't know. But I like this. I like the idea. It doesn't make sense, but I like the very concept of like shared pain. It's really interesting and really fun about that general idea of like, oh, people sharing pain. And I like the whole idea of them being like, oh, if you share pain, you slowly start to empathize with each other and like you truly feel each other's pain. And I like how they debate about that, because one hand it shows, actually, come back in a sec. I haven't been pressing record like an idiot. What I was saying is, at a certain point, it sort of like revealed that they somewhat do feel each other's pain, but it's with empathizing with each other. And it's sort of like the idea, because after they split up, secrets get revealed. It's really interesting that way. They slowly were like, they slowly look into like the past case, and that both one of the people there lost their feeling, their pain, and one of them experienced all of them. And one person experienced every footstep, every this, every that. Is a lot. Even if it's small, the more it builds up. And sometimes physically feeling the pain, you don't need to physically feel the pain. Empathizing is understanding where like someone comes from. And I like how they're like, yeah, you just need to understand. Sometimes you just listen and hear people out. It's really interesting that way, where they sort of like listen, understand, sort of hear people. It's really fun, and I really like that sort of idea of listening and understanding. It's a fun series that I find really entertaining, and it sort of like shows this really fun, definitely when they share the thing, how it is animated looks really like, ooh, it's like jolty and like electricity, and it's really fun. I 100% recommend for you to watch. But I hope you enjoy, and good night.
The mom and dad, I'm doing fine. You guys are on my mind. You ask me what.
Yeah, sure. But who wouldn't want to smile after being like, smile? Being like, great. Do you mind if I just don't? Thank you for giving me my nightmares for the next 5 years. Yeah. Okay, so that's done. I don't need to do anything right now. So I'm going to pause this so I can come back to that later. Alongside another thing I want to come back, which is as a documentary, and I really want to watch that. That looks fun as hell.
Panic scream rings out. Is anybody here a doctor? You tentatively raise a hand. I'm a necromancer, if you're willing to wait a few minutes.
I love that her survival strategy is actually pretty smart. Oh yeah, I actually did it in one shot. Oh, I at least have one victory. I'm fine with that.
And nothing can go wrong. Oh no, it all went wrong.
There's one game called like Call Crosser where you like it's like this game where like the phone crosses and then you can get like different like you transfer your body to different people, which I absolutely love as a game. It's so fun as an idea of like what would happen. Like they've got like three. They're like it's like a somewhat of it like a choose your own event. Oh wait, no, it's down here. It's on. What do you call it? Look, why am I brain dead? Like nearly all the time. Oh no, there it is. It's on like beta because it, like early access because they are trying to sort of like make a fully finished version, which I'm fully excited with if that ever gets made. There's been an update recently, which...
So, I know this is going to be a bit of a longer one, but I got a parcel. And at first, when I got the parcel, I didn't know what it was. But probably if I looked at these little buddies, I took part in like a Kickstarter, and I got these, which means I got a new game. And I am going to be completely honest, it's not like I need any more new games, but let's see. Oh, what's in this? So yeah, I got Batman Turtle with the rules. I love how this looks. It looks so nice. It looks so good, and I like it. It's so fun and nice. You also have an alternate game mode, including friendlies. Missions must be given to the player to your left, not the player of your choice, which also sounds fun. And random. Keep your hands empty. Instead, hold 3 cards drawn random mission cards and start your so like just pick 3 random ones, pick them up, pick one. I'm just gonna put together 3 back and do it randomly. That sounds more fun, because I think the original plan is like you have 3 cards, you hold 3 cards up, and then you sort of look at the 3 cards. I also love the beginning. This is fun. Again, it looks so cool and so awesome. Hopefully you should be able to buy this game, this amazing game. Potato Games are really good at making it. A lot of my games are from them. Like maybe one time I might want to like see what games are from them and what games are from other people, and that would be a fun idea. But I don't know so far. The one thing that I got as well is this 3D version. Warning, do not press or do. I'm a label, not a cop. Oh, well, nothing bad, you know. I just like the label. It's like a fake warning. It's like, warning, do not press. Or do. I'm a label, not a cop. Again, just love it. There's going to be a bit of a cut between the bonus stuff. Well, there's going to be a couple of them. But this is the first one. And then there's going to be a cut for the fake explosion. But, you know, that's just fun. And then I have the uncensored one. For, like, the very inappropriate jokes. The very naughty jokes. I've seen a couple that they're a bit all over the place and a little bit. It is fun. I really want to play this game. I might try and like take a couple of them out. And some of them are like, I'll post something random on social media. And most of my family don't have social media, so I might not be able to do that one. But yeah, this is just fun. Again, the art is so cool. It looks amazing. Also, the one thing which I have been seeing is that this is plastic free. No plastic in this, which is really cool as an idea. Is that a lot of like card games wrap themselves in plastic. This one didn't. But it's really cool, really fun. 40 extra spicy missions. That sounds the way. 40 extra spicy missions. Mine title missions not safe for working or family. I wonder why. Oh, I thought this was. I thought censored means that you pretend you are sensible. But again, this is fun, this is entertaining, and absolutely so good to watch. Not watch, but so good when I play this. And I so badly want to play this. But time to get to the next one. So yeah, you have that one. You also have 40 more explosive turtle mission, each more deadly than the last. You get like more missions. This is the bonus pack. The other ones are for adults only. You can still like do this, but this is the bonus pack, the plus pack, the edition. It's just really fun. I just love it. Again, ta-da! Again, I just love this entire thing. I saw this. I saw like the Kickstarter. Ooh, let me put some up on my lips. My lips are a bit dry. It's getting like colder, so my lips are getting more drier. A lot of stuff. I saw this and I'm like, do you know what? I absolutely need to do this. This is so awesome. This is so amazing, and I love it. So yeah, alongside all of this stuff, I got a note. It looks so cool and so amazing and so fun. It was one of like the things where I'm like, I got this and I like it. It's like, thank you so much for making Mind Turtle a reality. We hope you and your friends survive the experience. Hello, boom! Inside my all of them is like, and Big Potato is like, yay! I like this. It's like really nice. I got this. This is the one thing that I was like, I'm like, oh. I know it's just probably just like a thing, and everyone who did the Kickstarter did it, and like, I get that. It's fair. This is still fun because you get like a fun. That's what I like more. One, you have the whole explosion through the wall, which is just a hilarious idea with a mind turtle. Oh, let me just. Oh, that's fine. And then you have hello, boom. I don't know why. I just sound so like ASF. Being like, hello. Again, it's just so fun. With all that being said, with all the extra stuff, the one thing that you get is, I'm not going to show how, let me just do it from the side. You get this many cards, which in comparison is, I think, like 3 times this in a way. So there's so many cards. Oh, can I pull it out sideways? You can see how big the difference is. You get so many cards. It's so fun. You also get like a couple of your free ones you can make. Which if I'm gonna make free, I'm gonna make free based on Tom, Elliot, and Eddie. Don't know how, but I'm gonna base them on those 3 people. I don't know why, I sometimes like doing that. You also get... But I did hear, I know this is a joke, but I did hear from the Kickstarter that some of these might have live explosives in them and might blow up. So hopefully mine's doesn't. But yeah, this is really fun. Oh, really, I just love this entire game. Also, I put my Big Potato sticker in the Big Potato section. You get it all wrapped around. It looks absolutely cool. The whole box just looks really fun, really good. And just overall, if you look at the cover, it looks really cool, like exploding through the game. And then you have this on the back, which is like a little animated version, which is really good and really fun. But overall, just go and get the game. I know probably everyone who's watching this might have already got the game, already heard, already thinking about getting a game. But get it, it's fun, it's worth it. I so want to play it so badly. Anyway. Ooh, look, what's this? Let's see if I can press it. So with this, it's fair. Before I say this, I might mispronounce it. Sorry, I had lamb leg, I think. I don't know. But the reason why is, one, I didn't know who the original sound was from. And, yes, I don't know how to change it. Because this is one of the on the day, the history one. And because I like showing the videos that I make, I never claim that, besides if you hear my voice, which you kind of won't see me wearing a mask. It's definitely not like with these, like maybe, but you would see the background's a bit different, but I do get the confusion. It's because, again, I like showing the history. If that makes sense, it is a bit confusing, and sometimes I get why a lot of people get a bit confused, but that's why I didn't tag, because if I did know, I would tag. And I'm going to go back and tag in the comments, or like edit. I think I can edit now, which is good. I can edit it within 7 days, and I will do that. But that's why using the original sound, because it's an old video, I can't change the sound, because I'm trying to show videos from the past. That's sort of my reason. It's the opposite. A lot of people use it on my stories, but I like making it public, because I can make the videos public, show them again. But yeah, I do admit that I do know it is not my sound. I do honestly say that. But I don't know how to like change the image, being like, oh, it's not mine, it's someone else's. If you can like say how to do that, I would love to like change that to like, oh, this is an like sound. I would fully do that. But yeah, sorry for the confusion.
Ooh, that looks awesome. I'm guessing it's probably like, I don't know, probably multiple shots with like reasonably. That just still looks awesome though.
Ooh. Cool sword. Let's talk about the rest. Bad intro, the other one was worse. Yeah. But yeah. This is like really interesting in my opinion. I just like it as an overall idea. It's fun, it's entertaining. There's not much to talk about. I'm like, I could have done this, but like, I do want to talk about one thing in spoilers, so that's gonna come now. The one thing I like is when they start introducing like the things. I like that one. They refer to it as sort of games, which is really fun. The idea of like, ooh, these games, and it's like really sort of like a fun idea, overall idea. I don't know why, it's just really fun, and I really like that idea of like, oh, they're comparing this like a game of sorts, which is really fun. I don't know why, I just like it like that. I find it enjoyable, it's fun, it's really like cheeky. It's like they're sort of like treating this like a game of sorts, which makes it like really cool. Not cool, but like really interesting how they're like, oh, the game of this and the game. But yeah, it's just like, I also like the villain designs, which had this like creepy, almost weird nature to them. It's just really fun because of it. But yeah, this is going to be a bit shorter than a couple others, but this is just really good, and I do really like it. So I do hope you watch it, because it's really fun. It's just, I don't have a lot to talk about it. So yeah, I hope you enjoy, and good night.
Most likely to college edition. Even though I'm not in college, but we'll ignore that. Most likely to start a fight with, like, a teacher. Yeah. Wouldn't he be the teacher? Wait a minute. Most likely to actually graduate college. Out of everyone else, they're gonna make it. Yes, Aoyama, of course. Most likely to go to all the house parties they can. They're only there for the party. You're gonna get kicked out of those parties. Most likely to drop out after 1 day. They can't take it. Oh! How the mighty asshole! Most likely to flunk out of college. Like, they messed up big time. Because he got in that fight with that teacher. They're not going to college. Are you crazy? No, it's not happening. Oh!
Create a new scenario. Scenario, create new scenario. Scenario name. The Mad King. Scenario description. People slowly. If you have any tips and tricks, suggestions in the comments, that would be fun. Slowly go insane. Select icon. Oh, can I? No, no, never mind. Oh, that's a negative. I can't. I can only pick that one. Oh.
How do you quickly make a character look psychotic? It's easy. Just use the Kubrick stare. All it requires is 2 steps. First, tilt the head slightly downward. Second, stare forward through the eyebrows. It's a technique named after...
Welcome to this. Yay. Also, the hairs are going everywhere, which is good. Anyway. Actions. Delete forever. Jesus. Because I do have one as 41.
Can't let gang know I fuck with this. Who is gang and why don't they support your true self and your interests? I would rethink who you consider gang in your life if you can't even tell them that you fuck with this.
Whatever. Can we talk about... There's a sneeze, I'm sorry. Is there a reason why you sneeze like a Pokemon?
Let's be financially responsible!
I'm sorry. I'm finding this a very stressful working environment. Aunt Lucy said...
Aunt Lucy? I've had enough to hear with Aunt Lucy! She sounds like a proper old bag to me.
I beg your pardon?
I said, your Aunt Lucy sounds like one of the most naive, gullible, mushy-brained... What's going on? Why are you looking at me like that? It's awful hot in here. Are you hot? I'm hot. Did I leave the oven on?
It's called a hard stare. Aunt Lucy taught me to do them when people had forgotten their manners.
You don't have to tell me about hard stares I practically invented.
So time to close the book on this one. With the finale. I don't know why, I just thought that'd be fun. So yeah. Maybe tomorrow I'll do another thing, which is good because luckily I have a day off, so I'll be able to do that. This is the end of Young Sheldon. And I like this series. I wasn't into The Big Bang, and maybe I should watch it. Because I watched this, and I like this. But I've heard it, I don't know if it's different or not. But yeah, it's really fun. And besides one thing that I want to talk about, which I really like, which is spoilers, I don't have much to say about it. It's fun, the actors are good, and it was overall just a blast to watch. So let's talk about that one thing. So the one thing which I know is one of the major things that they have is throughout the final episode, because throughout this you don't really see the older Sheldon, which it's kind of fitting. It's young Sheldon, not him when he was an adult in The Big Bang Theory. But the one thing I like is as it goes on, it shows that he's becoming more than like the teachers that sort of were in the series, which is really fun. I also like the idea that at a certain point near the final episode, which is the point that I wanted to say, they keep cutting back to him writing the sort of like book. The one that you sort of hear him being like, oh, this is me saying this and me saying that. To the parts, you keep cutting to it and some of it is a little bit inaccurate. But the one thing I like is the message of like, sometimes, yeah, you might not understand. Because like you have the conflict of him and the kid likes sports. You don't understand. Because like this family, like he was a genius, the dad was into football. The kid was like somewhat of a person who did some adventures, and none of the others could get like any of the science things, and it was like went over them. But like all of that was like interesting with like they still supported him, and I like that correlation from the past to the present. It's really fun. But yeah, it was really fun, really entertaining, and I absolutely 100% think that you should watch this. It's so good. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and good night.
Sit down.
No, I'm not gonna sit down. I won't shut up. I will not quit. I will not back off. I won't let you destroy everything that people have spent their lives trying to build. I have fought for the world for all my life, but do not think for a second that I will not fight against it.
That's why you're here. That's why you will never leave here.
You think you can stop me? You really think you can stop me? It's been me against the world since I was old enough to think.
War, famine, natural disaster. The world has fought it all and won. The world is undefeated. We are undefeated. One man will not change that.
You see, that's where you screwed up. They say with great power comes great responsibility. You know what else comes with great power? Ignorance.
Oh, wait, no. I'm getting me one of those. I forgot that. Like, I remembered before I did something stupid.
She woke me up one day singing, goes, "Good morning." And so just for the hell of it, I sang back, I go, "Good morning to you." And now I was in a sing-off for the rest of the day. So we had like a musical at my house the whole day. I was like, "I'm cooking eggs and I'm cooking eggs." And she was over in the corner going, "And bacon, and bacon." It was great. We were having so much fun. The problem was we needed to leave the house to do things. The deal we made was you have to sing at least one time at every location. Now, that's not my advantage because she is a little girl and cute and she can sing wherever she wants. So we went to Goodwill to drop off couches and we head in and she opens the door and she just goes, "Hello," and then looks up at me like, "Your move, bitch." Because she knew that in less than 2 minutes, I was going to have to look another grown man in his face and just be like, "Where do you want these couches, sir?" And he's gonna be like, "We do not want your couches. Why don't you and your weird daughter get back on your spaceship and fly home?"
You can sleep on the chair. Thanks. sit down.
No, I'm not gonna sit down. I won't shut up. I will not quit. I will not back off. I won't let you destroy everything that people have spent their lives trying to build. I have fought for the world for all my life, but do not think for a second that I will not fight against it.
That's why you're here. That's why you will never leave here.
You think you can stop me? You really think you can stop me? It's been me against the world since I was old enough to think.
War, famine, natural disaster. The world has fought it all and won. The world is undefeated. We are undefeated. One man will not change that.
You see, that's where you screwed up. They say with great power comes great responsibility. You know what else comes with great power? Ignorance.
Ding, I just need to check the sound. Again, I should always do this first, but I never do. Sound. Yep, it's fine. It's on my computer. Right. This is the first time I've got it with this mic and never got it in the new sort of way, so I'm gonna just double check the sound, see if it doesn't overlap on itself. Okay, so let's just double check sound and then just put sound on. Okay.
She woke me up one day singing, goes, "Good morning." And so just for the hell of it, I sang back, I go, "Good morning to you." And now I was in a sing-off for the rest of the day. So we had like a musical at my house the whole day. I was like, "I'm cooking eggs and I'm cooking eggs." And she was over in the corner going, "And bacon, and bacon." It was great. We were having so much fun. The problem was we needed to leave the house to do things. The deal we made was you have to sing at least one time at every location. Now, that's not my advantage because she is a little girl and cute and she can sing wherever she wants. So we went to Goodwill to drop off couches. And we head in, and she opens the door, and she just goes, "Hello," and then looks up at me like, "Your move, bitch." Because she knew that in less than 2 minutes, I was going to have to look another grown man in his face and just be like, "Where do you want these couches, sir?" And he's going to be like, "We do not want your couches. Why don't you and your weird daughter get back on your spaceship and fly home?"
Okay. Let's turn it a bit more, because I can't hear it on the thing. Okay, I'm guessing there's going to be an audio problem. No, there isn't. Okay, let me just actually fix something. First pop-in game. The madness starts. First game pop-up text. Time to spread the insanity. Second problem in the game. This is time to go insane. Spread.
He is! Da-da-da!
Yeah, I'm doing that. So, yeah. A quick bit of, like, notes about this. It's not much. It's... Ooh, where is it? There it is. Woo, just getting my little thing up. About this. Is that I heard about this, and I think I watched a couple of episodes, not much. Not to the point of, like, being like, oh, yes, I get this, and did this in its entirety. No, I did somewhat know about it, and somewhat is a loose. I did somewhat hear about it, and then I watched a couple of episodes, roundabout up to, I think, when I stopped it at first, was when it was at the point of, what was it? I think the second sign of, like, Invincible's dad proving to be, like, okay, something's off. And I did have some people tell me about the comics, about stuff that's already maybe happened and stuff that might happen. I also saw originally, I think I originally saw up to, no, that happened before. Anyway, it's either the first battle where he goes in and goes to everyone, or the second one when he sort of puts the demon goes away. But I like this. This is fun. This is really good as a show. And there's a lot of stuff to talk about with his ideologies, which I also love. That ideology side of it is really interesting to think about. Like, the efficacy, the ideologies of all the characters, I think will be, like, interesting. So, like, I don't know if to, like, think about, like, the idea, which I'm going to bring up now. So, with Viltrumites, they sort of have this ideology of sort of like a perfection. Because, like, they have this in this way of, like, not, I wouldn't say entirely, they do have a bit of a might makes right, but they have a way of, like, being like, okay, you have to be perfect. You have to be this own way. And if you look at the Viltrumites fighting each other, it's just survival. It's that sort of, like, survival nature of, like, if you survive, like, I think it's, like, the idea of, like, the victors write the battle. The victors write the results. It's that ideology of, like, if you win, if you survive, well, you won. Who cares about the rest? Who cares about what you had to do to get to that point? You see this when, which is the most interesting clip, and I've seen it, not in context, but I've seen that clip before. But now seeing it in context, it sort of, like, it makes it interesting. It sort of shows that sort of conflict of two people sort of at this point trying to fight, trying to create a battle. Not two people, a whole country fighting to create the strongest race, which I don't know if it is or isn't, but it is sort of like a more extreme version of, like, a eugenics sort of thing. I don't know. I don't know much about it. The idea, not the show. The show I kind of get. But it's sort of like the idea of, like, trying to fight and kill what they perceive as the weaker of the group, the weaker of the pack. And fighting and fighting and fighting. And it's really interesting. And definitely during the final battle, because you have two ideologies that I like. You have that ideology, which is the idea of, like, if you do it and you kill someone, it's like, oh, you're just stronger. Which in our society is like, oh no, you can't do that. You might be physically stronger. You might have a way to get around this. But that doesn't prove that you have a right to, like, kill a person. Compared to the other thing that I like is, and I think a lot of shows also have this, but I like this idea that it turns them into this villain. The idea of, like, it's the same thing that's brought up in season 2, but I'm going to bring that up again, season 2, today, tomorrow. Not during this stream, for the people who are watching the stream, but that's besides the point. That will come today, tomorrow. Don't worry about that. But if you look at some, especially things like dogs live so less. Like, this is the one thing that I always claim. I don't want to live forever. Afterlife exists or not. If you live forever, and there's like a video on like YouTube explaining like, oh, one person stops aging and like lives forever, goes through multiple families. The idea, if you can live for hundreds of thousands of years, is insane. Because think about it. If you look at 100 years, which is usually how long most people live, you have a job, you have a career. Even if you double that, 200 years, your body's so healthy, and like, just take the 100 years and take the ratio of like aging from 0 to 100. Take that sort of cycle. That sort of thing. It's not like you're going to just age. I'm just going to take that into fact because I know that some fancy stuff where it's like, oh, you will never die, but you would also maybe live as dust. But I'm not going to do that because that's a bit... But if you still had the prime and you still had your body the way it's supposed to be, and then you live, at a certain point, you meet your friends when you're a kid, you grow up with your friends, you meet someone, you have a life together, and then after 100 years, because they don't live, only you do, they die. And I like how this show looks at that and looks at Omni-Man, that's the name, yay, and looks down. Because it's not that he sees him as sort of like horrible or like there's some way. He will literally outlive every single person there. And that idea, that whole thing, I absolutely love of him just being like, I'm not looking down at you as an individual. I'm just looking down because like you'll live to 100 and I will still be nowhere near close. That's why I like the horrifying thing where it's like, oh, she was a nice pet. Are you kidding me? Are you insane? Who goes up to a person and be like, yes, pet. Besides if you're doing like a cutesy nickname thing. But like, please. It is the most horrifying thing to hear someone say. Calling a human being nothing more than like a sort of like pet. But if you see how long he will live, it kind of, well, it doesn't, but it kind of, you can see why he thinks this way. And it's horrible. It's fucked up. But it's interesting of that sort of way, that sort of ideology. It's interesting to think, like, how would someone go to that point? It's really interesting and really fun, in my opinion, how someone will go there. So, yeah, this is a very complicated sort of show with, like, it also has the superhero stuff. It has, like, the superhero team, which I'm fine with. Having the superhero stuff alongside, like, this sort of, like, thing that Omni-Man in its ideologies is going through with, like, sort of a dark Superman, which I love. It's really fun, really entertaining, and absolutely 100% worth watching. I was like one of those things where I kind of didn't know how to get, because I'm watching Prime now. I was not watching Prime for the longest time, so that's why I didn't watch this. And then season 2 came out, I'm like, I feel like I need to watch it. And then someone was like, season 3, I need to watch it now! But yeah, it's really fun, really interesting, and yeah, absolutely entertaining. So yeah, I 100% think this is amazing. I hope you enjoyed. And finally, good night. Let's see what I got. I found this and I want you to do it. Okay, Lois. Okay. Like, I'm not a fan of Family Guy. Therefore, I won. That is obvious. I do this even though I don't know some of these shows, but I'm just gonna bump them down. These two I just don't know because I haven't watched. I haven't seen the show, but I know her as a character is like really nice. I'll put that there. Yeah, put that down there. With this one and this one, I know enough. Oh, yep. Who's gonna be on here last? So yeah, here's the list. My reasoning: don't know, don't know, don't know. These three are the don't know pile. That was just I had no other choice. I'm not really a fan of Family Guy, so I just put it as. I know about her of sorts, and I know like she's fun, and I've seen like one of her songs. Da 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 da. Let's see if I could. I don't know what the song's called, but I'm gonna go to YouTube to see. Da 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 da. Bob's Burger musical songs. Family is more than that movie. Or not even da 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 da. I mean back da 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 da. Okay, I love the song. I legitimately love it. It's like one of the funnest songs. Anyway. That's why Bob's Burgers are made. I like Fairly Odd Parents. I have watched the newest one, and I am going to review it at some point. It is on the list of things to do. But that's happening. Phineas and Ferb was one of the things I grew up, and Linda just being this chill, even though she doesn't have a lot of screen time, is good. Character God, I haven't seen, but I've seen a lot of clips of the old lady where she's nice. So obviously I'm gonna do that. And obviously, if I knew Linda was gonna be here, I would switch these two around, and I would probably put like Beth. I would say here, so put Lois at 6, Linda at 5, and like Beth. No. Even Timmy, Mrs. Turton, and at 5, and put Beth at 4. Not above Linda, but I would put Linda at 2, and Mario at 3. Not above. Beth's not above Mario, but yeah, there's the list. Just my audio, and I don't think that matters. And then go back onto here. I still need to just weigh. Yeah, it is playing. Oh, that is good. I can get that from high distance. Also, I'll just play it back because it is playing, but so I'm fine. Alright, no, that's bad.
Oh, I see. I'm the problem. I've dug 2 graves for us, my dear.
Is this starting trade? No, I don't want anything at starting trade. Oh, wait, no. That means you can access it. Hex color. Oh, I can move it around. Okay. Okay, so birds. I was thinking of what is the thing? Instead of going forward, let's go back a bit. Because I feel like this is more for this. So, yeah. I reviewed Invincible. You might have seen that. And you might have seen the long one. But, instead of going to Invincible 2, which I did actually plan, I'm going to go back a bit. Which is to the special they had. And the reason why is simple. Besides, like, talking a bit about ideology, which I talked about a bit, and the interesting thing about the growth, there's not a lot to talk about with, I think, because I was thinking I could talk about more, but it's mostly the same. And I don't want to repeat myself again with sort of like the second season, because besides like having one character which I absolutely love, it is still really good. It still develops well, but overall I like making these longer ones because it's fun. I like talking about certain things, and I feel like I can talk more about Adam and Eve. I don't know when this came out, but I really like it. Through the most part is I like her character. Throughout season 1, she's developing into this new thing, and through season 2, she does something even more interesting and slowly develops more and more, and I love it. Also, actually, I'm going to mention that in the next bit, but again, her powers, because obviously Adam, Eve, I think it's sort of a play on like Atom, being like she can sort of like manipulate atoms around her, which I think is really clever and really interesting. But overall, here's a couple of things. And yes, I had it for 2 minutes, but that's simplicity reasons. Throughout this, you have a couple of things which are like, one, she has a friend, and she's slowly like, oh look, I can change this on a molecular level and all of that stuff. I hope you to one. This is for this section. And she runs, which fair to a certain degree. You're dealing with someone who's like, oh look, I'm reshaping the universe. I'm like, so I'm just gonna wait here if you don't mind. I'm just gonna be here because that's as a concept of someone who can physically change reality to that much, it is insane. But it is a bit, this is a person who is in a way your friend. That is still dark. You can kind of tell Invincible, it's less dark as The Boys is. The Boys is like, oh, here's what happens if you get powers and we become corrupt. This is what happens physically. Because with superheroes, you kind of have two directions. You have superheroes being corrupt, which is shown in something like The Boys. And then you have the powers have it like either physical, mental, or like just an emotional toll on you that just sometimes maybe is not having the powers. And then you have MHA in the middle, which kind of does a bit of both, with some being a bit more corrupt and dishanded, and some powers legitimately not being as helpful. But I do love this side of it, where like some of the powers is less like they're not responsible with it. It's more sometimes giving people visibility. Isn't that they'll take advantage. Sometimes they are good people, but sometimes you see this in season 2 with one of the things that happens, which I absolutely love. But with that, it's just really interesting. With that sort of like dynamic. And when you slowly see what happens at a certain point, it's really interesting. And when they slowly reveal the antagonist, which isn't really an antagonist, it's just so dark, that the kids who come after her, it's so interesting. And so, like, what actually happened. And then, when you reveal what's happened to her mum, it turns into, like, oh, this is just, like, some scientist doing something. Like, still inhumane, but more, this is some scientist messing up, to, are you absolutely not psycho? They keep a person alive just so they can sort of like, oh, here's a new one, and they know it's failing. They know it keeps getting worse, and they still keep doing it over and over again. And sometimes, someone could have probably told you, if the first result isn't as good as the last, and then the second one isn't good as that, you're not gonna get better. It's just so messed up, that whole scientific, and that's what I'm saying, like, with Invincible, yeah, you have corrupt people like the scientist doing the experiment, but you also have, because this power exists, people are, like, physically getting hurt. People are being sort of, like, just having these sort of deformities. And you see them with a couple others, which is really interesting in the Invincibles, that the powers aren't really always helping the person. Sometimes it's at a disadvantage, which is really interesting as an idea. It's so messed up, so insane, but I think it's just one of the most awesome things ever. Again, it's just so cool and just so amazing. Definitely with the powers of, like, reality bending. With reality bending, you can change everything. And there's a couple of scenes that even Film Theory has talked about, but I love with it all. Also, why does that so off my head? Yeah. I don't like it. I still don't have, I have a microphone in, and I don't have a thing that goes around the edge. Ah, there it is. Ooh. Again, the powers are just really cool. And how they sort of show it as this horrifying thing that people are taking advantage of. Also, you sort of see her grow up, because you hear in season 1 and sort of season 2, but I'm not going to talk about it too much, that there's a problem with the family. And I like how it shows, 1, this isn't just one thing, 2, that she's sort of like smart in one specific area. And I'm really annoyed with this, because it's like, oh, she's supposed to be smart. She's supposed to be a smart one and, like, really talented. If you are smart, that doesn't mean you're a genius in everything. I'm not going to get, like, a computer expert and be like, okay, sit me down and now let's talk about every single animal kingdom and how they branch off from each other. Because that's not how it works. If you are an expert in one area, or even a child prodigy in one expert, you're not going to be genius across the boards. That's how that works. Some people are smart in certain areas, some people are smart in others. And Adam Eve is someone who knows sort of like atoms and sort of can see them because of her powers. She won't be able to do everything. That's not how, like, that works. I just hate the dad. I absolutely hate him. He's a horrible person. And if he dies by the end of the series, who cares? So yeah, that's a bit dark. And yeah, I did do it in 9 minutes because 1, simplicity, 2, I don't know, I don't need to change it, and it's more simple for me. But anyway, I just love this. This is really creative, And as a special, sort of like looking into one of the characters, please tell me there's more. I would love more specials about the backstories for more of them. It would be really fun. Like a little thing that happens before season 1, but sort of like, oh, here's how they sort of found out the powers work, etc., etc., etc. I would absolutely love that, and it would be absolutely so fun. Again, it's really cool, really creative. I just think it's just one of the most interesting things that is part of sort of like the Invincibles. So yeah. Again, just doing shorthand, but I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you enjoy it all, and yeah. Good night.
Holy shit. It clearly missed him. Yeah, I knew it. I knew when the bullets went off. I was like, he's not gonna hit. You're not a car, you're a crooked car. Wait. Because that's not the Batarang. Oh no, it is the Batarang. Oh, we get. Anyway. It said bats. I want to double check. There's no bats. Bats. Yes. Bats. This broadcast, I am broadcasting. This is madness, and I don't know why I'm doing Welcome to the Internet theme. I'm just doing it. Also, today's going to be a YouTube short sort of day, because I've done yesterday, just a short play gig. Technically had to start one, but I messed it up. So, I've also found a workaround for my thing. It's not going to affect these 2 days also. Ooh. Okay, so but let's just quickly.
The Pinky and the Brain, yes, Pinky and the Brain. One is a genius, the other's insane.
So, from the past, back to the present. So let's go. So yeah, this show. I talked a lot about it during season 1, and besides rehashing a lot of points and one character that I keep forgetting the name of, it is really good. Season 2 really ups the ante, and also, yes, I am starting season 2. Also, season 3 is starting to get ready, which I know. But yeah, it's really good, and besides one character, it's just as good and just improves. But also, when I've done a 10-minute episode and I'm going back to like doing lesser episodes, changing, yes, the spoilers started 50 seconds rather than like 3 minutes. Besides the one character who is the alien, who is in sort of like the one thing. So the three things I want to talk about. One, when you get the alien and he dies and comes back, it's like, oh wait, I can actually kill this. That is cool. The way he's got sent to prison is amazing. And I just love that. It's really interesting. You also have the redemption of quote unquote of Omni-Man going to another planet where the lifespan is even less. And it's really interesting. And really fun. And I love how they see him in a different light. It's so interesting. Again, a lot of these moments are really cool. Especially like the realization that the twins do that to just make sure no one gets a power vacuum. And then when one of them's like, oh, I'm the real one and I know because of these burns, he just immediately gets killed. And I love it. It's hilarious. And it's so cool. And the last thing I want to talk about in this section is the idea that one of the persons died, and it's like, oh yeah, I keep his parent. I'm like, I knew you were dead. I knew it. But it is so cool. But yeah, besides all of that, it is awesome. It is amazing. How it continues the series is so cool. How it improves is amazing. It's just overall fun. Again, I was about to do a 10-minute one, but then again, I was just rehashing the plot. The ideologies that you get from the new sort of Omni-Man, other Omni-Man. But yeah, it's fun, it's cool, and just overall amazing. So yeah, I hope you enjoy, I hope you like this video, and good night.
And I'm going to relish the fact that I found the Batcave and discovered Batman's secret Okay, who the are you?
Hello, my name is...
Seems today that all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV.
But where are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely?
To make your scrolling experience just a little better, I've taken the time out of my day to appear on your For You page. I know, I'm amazing. Leave your praise in the comments below.
Where are you going? To either get ice cream or commit a felony. I'll decide in the car.
Yeah. Oh no, I admit that was my plan. See if I can... Because I need to get all of them without hitting the time problem that I'm having. Plus also using 5 of them. That would have been useful. Again, I'm just bad at missing the timing. Oh, sorry, let me just act them out so I can just, just fix something. Okay, no.
I heard you were sad and going through struggles, so I am now here to give you cuddles. Now let me love you!
2024 Olympics. Hashtag dark humor. Hashtag Olympics. Hashtag radio. So I need to take these two around. It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Anyway, I should turn this off because I don't need this. And then do this. Pop this out. Slam that there.
I have all this power at my fingertips. But...
Hey, what's up? It's me.
Stop!
So yeah, this is gonna be a long one, ain't it? get started anyway. So, usually on these earliers or laters or this or that or blah, because I've got a bit of like doing a bit of work later, I don't usually do one of the long ones. I think you see that there, my nose is stuffy, but I try and keep it down. But, because the next couple of days are going to be a bit of a merger, I'm merging seasons together. And, because the timing is right and the stars aligned, I'm getting rid of Psych with the final 3 seasons, season 6 to 9, all on one video. So, I'm going to talk about it overall, and I'm going to talk about the finer points later. Also, yeah, I just want to make sure I get the episode right. That's what I'm getting the thing. And I saw Tomorrow Plus One, and that's exciting. Anyway, that's besides the point. I haven't even watched it yet. So, yeah. Let's get on to that. So, this will be this season, season 6. And besides one season, which is only going to appear for one bit, I'm just going to use these and then change it. I know I don't need to. I know it is true. But I'm going to do it anyway, so let's do it. Anyway, the only thing that I want to talk about in this section is the fact that the whole thing has Sean's dad working as sort of like the head of the consultants agency, and you get the dynamic of a lot of the stuff, and a lot of jokes are really funny. Like there's one joke where it's like, you're not hired on my account. I'm not. Dad, he's hired. They don't do it too often, but that is just one of the funniest jokes. And again, he loses the position. I think I've said this when I talked about season 5. He loses the position. He quits. But I wished they did it for season 7 and 8. I can't think. But yeah. With season 7 has, in my opinion, the best episode Psych has ever done. And I say that firmly. Which is Turn Right or Left for Dead. Which is essentially like a what if. A small what if. It's basically, what if I didn't give her my jacket and all of this didn't happen. And you had 2 choices. You have left and you have right. Because the whole thing is about I'm not a psychic. The whole show is about I'm faking it. And one person who I'm slowly falling in love with, which is Julianne, finds out. And she reacts fairly. Because she's been lied to before. Her family, not her parents, but a lot of people who go out with her mother, including her father, weren't exactly reliable people. So with this, all of this being said, this sort of has this pattern, and I like how she sort of treats it, looks at it, understands it, but it's still messed up. It is still bad and really horrible. But with all that, it's really interesting to look at and think about her reaction. And then, at a certain point, it's revealed, he goes into the chief's office. Chief, she goes in, covering for me. I'm like, what? It's the same thing, but I'm going to mention it again. But it's so interesting, but it's like, covering for me. He looks at her and it's like, I'm going to say, you told me to do this. You asked me to do this. And it's like, nope, it's a bit unfair. And it's like, it's really interesting. That it's like, to be fair with Sean wasn't at first put in a position where he had a choice. He could do these things where he sort of can read and understand people. But because of certain things, and the fact that he was like, oh, I've just reported all these crimes because I think this person's guilty. And I was like, I think you're guilty. But at a certain point, he could have revealed himself. But it's really interesting. You can tell this one is different. There's a different image. So yeah, you couldn't really tell between the last two. So that's fun that I did it at all. But yeah. Season 8 is the last one of sorts. And it has three sort of you bugger that I want to talk about, which is one, they do a straight up Harry Potter episode where Harry Potter / British gang, sort of like gang film, where they bring back the artist as like, oh, I was an artist, I was undercover, which, even though I love the episode with like British gang, and I just love that because British gangsters I just love as an idea of a genre. I just hate the idea of like, oh yes, I wasn't an artist, it was all a cover up. Beep, you stupid. You also have the nightmare, which I like as the idea of like blending the nightmare. Plus the breakup, being like, they broke up, they had a thing where they broke up. It's like, yep, this is the end. And I like the whole idea of like, slowly breaking the group up, slowly breaking apart this sort of group that they've had. And I like that they've given videos, including to one-off cameos, like, I didn't know him, what? Which is so funny. Yeah. But what the one other thing which I like is including one of the episodes that I didn't talk about, because all that's in it is basically the detective, I think it's Lassie? Anyway. Always tries to be on him, being like, Sean starts a psychic, even doing a lie detector, even though the lie detector is absolute bullshit and it doesn't work. Doing the whole 9 miles, doing this, that, the other, being like, I will prove that you are not a detective. At the final moment, Sean goes, you know what? You owe me one person, and I will admit that I'm not a... It's like, you had proof. I think it's one of the things that, like, if they saw each other, it's like, I know, you know, that I'm not telling you the truth. But he does not care. You also have the episode because, like, at a certain point, he becomes the chief and the head. Also, there is a lot to talk about this because the other episode is a little bit shorter than the others. It just basically, they get a new detective and they get a bunch of like psychics together and it's like, oh, get it up all the way, do it all the way, go full nuts, and it's just absolutely hilarious. Also, the last thing which is interesting to talk about is in a live studio, which I don't know if they showed all of it. They did kind of look like they cut it a bit, but it's basically after season 8 there's no more. It's all done. It's all over. It's just interesting. It's fun to look at this sort of show that did 8 seasons. And besides, like, the last episode, it's like 16 episodes per season. Let me just check. Yeah. 16 episodes per season, besides season 8, which only has, technically story-wise, 10. But it's really fun, really dynamic, and always feels fresh. The ideas, even the ones I haven't talked about, are fun, interesting, and overall just amazing and exciting to watch. So yeah, welcome to my free reviews in a way. That's why this is long. Besides season 8, which I surprisingly had way more to talk about than I thought I did. Or season 7, I had a bit to talk about that. But this is really good. I love it. I find it entertaining. It's just really good. And it is a good way to end it on. So yeah. Whew. I hope you enjoy. I hope you like. And I definitely hope you watch this series. But most importantly, good night.
So imagine this happening in Spider-Man No Way Home. The moment before we get this battle with Spider-Man's 3 villains, we see a meeting between Toby, Andrew, and Tom. Tom at this point in the movie is at his lowest, and he's doubting whether he can come out of this saving everyone. And that's when Toby puts his shoulder on Tom and says, hey, remember what Uncle Ben used to say? Tom not only realizes what he is saying, but he is overcome with emotion and looks at Andrew, who simply gives him a smile that says, you know. And all together they say, with great power, there must also come great responsibility.
Why does Emperor Palpatine have a desk? Huh? In that scene where Yoda comes in and they're about to have that big fight, Emperor Palpatine clearly gets up from his desk. I mean, I'm just saying, what does he need a desk for? Who the hell cares? I'm just saying, it's weird. I mean, what was he doing at his desk? Like, right before Yoda walked in, what was he doing? Was he doing paperwork? Was he like, Yoda, what do you need, and will it take longer than 5 minutes? I am absolutely swamped. These requisition forms for new TIE fighters have to be down to Debbie in accounting by 6, or Newt Gunray is going to pitch a tent in my waiting room.
Ooh. I needed to wait. Sometimes I need to just do some waiting. Because that sometimes is better than just going in there and not thinking about anything. Oh, no, wait. Then go. Yeah, that would have been a time to stop.
No, no, no! Stay back!
Wait, where'd you get that piano?
Yeah, season 2 and 3. I'm like, I missed 2 of them. Are you? Okay. First, not that one. That's. Can you end? Oh, screen scan.
Adelaide, don't just sit there. That's better. The dome's still got integrity. It's 10 feet of steel combination made in Liverpool. Magnificent workmanship.
It can't be stopped. Don't die with us.
Now then, what else have we got? Heat! They use water, so we can use heat. Works against the ice warriors, works against the flood. And ramp up the environment controls and steam them.
But you said we die for the future, for the human race.
Yes, because there are laws. There are laws of time. And once upon a time, there were people in charge of those laws, but they died. They all died. Do you know who that leaves? Me! It's taken me all these years to realize the laws of time are mine, and they will obey me!
Environment controls are down. Sorry, Doctor, it looks like history's got other ideas.
Not beaten yet. Not beaten. Not beaten! We're not just fighting the flood. We're fighting time itself. And I'm gonna win!
Let's just also do another thing. Meaning sounds, because I don't have it to use, can I not? Don't use. And then double chest bar, I'm gonna leave this. It's not working, which it kind of did, yeah. There should be computer speaker. Okay. is good.
You can't just leave them!
Don't you think I've done enough? History's back in place and everyone dies.
You've got to go back! Doctor, I'm telling you, take this thing!
It's not fair.
No, it's not.
For your own planet. It burns.
That's just it. Don't you see, Donna? Can't you understand? If I could go back and save them, then I would, but I can't. I just can't. I can't.
Just someone. Please. Not the whole town. Just save someone.
Come with me.
Okay, that's good. Because I just need 5. Well, technically 4.
What? What's wrong?
My face. Why this one? Why did I choose this face?
Doctor, what's wrong with your face?
I think I know why I chose it. It's like I'm trying to tell myself something. I think I know what I'm trying to say.
Just someone. Not the whole town. Just save someone.
Come with me.
I know where I got this face and I know what it's for.
Okay, what's it for?
To remind me. To hold me to the mark. I'm the doctor, and I save people. And if anyone happens to be listening, and you've got any kind of a problem with that, to hell with you!
So yeah, let's just get into this big chunk of stuff. So yeah, I think I've said before on either old reviews or on long stuff that I've got a lot of stuff to review, and because I don't want to have like a huge list anymore because it's annoying me, I'm just going to either few some episodes or do something like that. So yeah, let's get into that. So yeah, 5 seasons, 1 episode. Woo, there's more. I know there's season 6, so this isn't the end of it. But yeah, the spoiler stuff is not as exciting. But here's the thing. Throughout season 1, besides a couple of gadgets, because I'm a sci-fi guy, if I see a cool sci-fi gun, I'm happy. For a bit. I do like the cool technology. But I love, more importantly, the wall. The wall! That's at the moment all I'm watching Solar Opposites. I'm like, okay, the wall. Oh wait, there's aliens. The family of aliens. Can we skip the family of aliens? Go. The wall. And I love the whole story with Duke. The whole thing with Duke and him being like knowing about all of that stuff, I absolutely love. And doing all that stuff. And then, because this is not a spoiler, having it at the end be like, he had a way out, and one of the other resistance leaders, because they had a fake death, and then they did a second, and now she's dead, and I just love her. I find it absolutely amazing, absolutely awesome, and I think it's just 100% so cool. And when you get into, again, season 2, again, I'm not really, besides a couple of episodes like the What If, I'm not really interested in the sci-fi stuff. And later on, there's an episode about like the pupa, like, oh, you all have to act normal, and a whole season of them acting normal, and then the tree stuff. I'm just going to put this all in here because the fun stuff that I like talking about is the next season, The Wall. Yeah, I don't watch all the episodes, I just watch The Wall and then The Backyard. Those are the episodes I love the most because you have The Wall in the backyard and it's so exciting. It's so interesting. With season 2 being all about the revolution not being as good as it is, and how it's slowly going to be like, and then the person we thought was dead is not drunk again. Woo! And that I find exciting. It's like, what? I like it. I also like that at one moment they sort of do a fake out. Where they're like, it is a full fake out, but it's like, oh no, I had the fully custom made, it's not lead lined. And I love it. It's hilarious. And it's like, and then I'm gonna go, and I'm like, oh okay, this is all illusion. But it's so funny. It's so hilarious. So yeah. And when getting, obviously I know I'm not changing the image because with Psych, I do actually care. With this, no. Anyway. So yeah. And the other thing I like, which is the only thing of Aliens I really like the fake out episode where like they end one episode with the whole train things and they just immediately go into the next one. I'm like, what? Even the credits just roll and then they roll into the new episode being like, oh yeah, there's a whole thing with 7 episodes. It's like, what the fuck? There's so many mad stuff with like Hulu, and like all of this stuff, and it's really interesting. Again, the alien stuff. Also, there's the Silver Cop stuff, which I also like. The whole plot of like him going into space, getting recruited by the Silver Cops, being betrayed by having a whole emotional affair, and like being betrayed by the Silver Cops, being turned to a sort of like murder image by the Silver Cops, going out with like these like guys who have images of a chest, which is really cool, and then getting surgery, and then rejoining the Silver Cops, and then you have this whole army that looks like MLP, and then you have in season 3 you have the Wall Council, and it's all about like trying to fight these bugs and going on like this what seems like alien like, and then like the character who is also the hero in season 2 dies in season 3, which sets up season 4, which again I know more about the Wall episodes, and besides they go to work and Alicia gets a partner. Again, most of like the alien stuff I'm fine with, except Valentine's. It's funny that they try and erase Valentine's because you can't get the exact food, the exact food that you want. That's a feeling. It's like, oh, babe, this holiday sucks. I can't get my burgers I want with the specific flavors. I love, like, a lot of people complain that Halloween, in a way, isn't just... Halloween and Christmas are just, like, money-making. And in certain regards, I don't disagree. But Valentine is more like that. Because legitimately, it is a bunch of people trying to claim that you need to buy stuff for love. And there is a certain thing where it's like you have to give gifts, and it's a fully thing. It's a, like, a type of love. But the fact that, like, so many people, like... It is really expensive. But anyway, season 4 is what I hate, is because it has the religious juke in a way. And I like the trying to get back the child, and I find it interesting, all the different like sabotage that each one of them does, and I really find that interesting. But all of it is so interesting. And then they leave into the backyard, which at this current point again, I could talk about the actual solar opposites, the thing that I should be talking about, but don't, because I don't care about them. Actually, there's one episode. Is it on this one? Where is it? The one where, like, yeah, Yummy likes a giant head, where it's like, oh yeah, you feed me all the time. And then it turns out this. I also like the Halloween episode where all of it turns into Halloween. But then again, that's just me, and I'm a Halloween fan. It's the second Halloween episode, but I prefer this one. I think I've said it before. This, season 5, I don't think was as good. I just like, 1, the idea that they sort of set up. 2, the sort of journey that they do through the backyard. I think it's like, not as bad as the season 4 war, but I feel like I would have loved, and I feel like they could do this, because they're setting up questions, and there's a whole video on it, where they question how society is set up, like people could take power through like the Mon, like in the Duke, where he was like, yes, I'm here, like as a sort of tyranny. You have a fake leader, like in season 2. You have like a council set up, which they tried to do but didn't really settle on. You have a sort of like religious-based sort of leadership that does exist throughout history. And then you have this one, which is sort of another Duke. But the one thing which I loved, until they revealed, yes, I'm just an evil, corrupt person, I would have loved if they would have set up a sort of like puppet leader. And I don't know if they're going to do that in this sort of like version, like a puppet leader. But I also still love that, like, at the end of the day, she's like, Joe, oh shit. I have the longer version of one of my longer videos being like, oh shit, you can't play nice? This, I'm taking over. You. But it's so cool. Overall, I'm not a fan of the solar opposites. It's okay. It's fine. The wall and the garden is where I get my entertainment. You watch the aliens. I just think it's Aliens Family Guy. So, it's fine. It's okay. I like the wall and the garden. I'm gonna stick with that. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed. But yeah, this is a lot. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this mad video of like 5 seasons. But yeah, the wall, the garden, I hope you enjoy, and good night!
Where did you come from, Dolly? Are you here to be my new best friend?
Hello, Katie. Wanna play a game?
You want me to burn down the house?
But, Jesus, Katie, no!
Danny Pink, here's your man, Mr. Smith. 5 years military experience. Sergeant, here and Afghan, so electrics, boilers. If you need a hand, give him a shout.
I've helped the ship with a couple of things.
I'm sure I won't be needing you, Sergeant. Fully qualified. You best get back to your PE class.
I teach maths.
Do you? What, in emergencies?
No, I'm a maths teacher.
Yeah, he's a maths teacher. Mohammed, put that down.
How does that work? What if the kids have questions?
About what?
Maths.
I answer them. I'm a maths teacher.
But he said you were a soldier.
Yeah, I was a soldier. Now I'm a maths teacher.
And what about all the PE?
I don't teach PE. I'm not a PE teacher.
Sorry, that seems very unlikely.
Excuse me, Mr. Pink. I think us 9M4 are waiting.
Yes, you better run along, Sergeant.
That ball isn't going to kick itself, is it?
I'm not a PE teacher. I'm a maths teacher.
Nope. Sorry. No, I can't retain that. I've tried. It's just not going in.
Where did you come from, Dolly? Are you here to be my new best friend?
Hello, Katie. Wanna play a game?
You want me to burn down the house?
But, Jesus, Katie, no!
Okay, Dad. I hate the blue little... No, I can't actually do that with my mind. So, my plan... I don't think I will be able to get the contract, but, you know, I'm just going to work on this one. I'm going to move on and get maybe better weapons and better charms. Because I don't think my current equipment... Okay. That is not a good idea. What I need to do is I can... Yeah. I'm not even going to try, I'm just going to... This is my attempt at starting... Yep.
Why does Emperor Palpatine have a desk? Huh? In that scene where Yoda comes in and they're about to have that big fight, Emperor Palpatine clearly gets up from his desk. I mean, I'm just saying, what does he need a desk for?
Who the hell cares?
I'm just saying, it's weird. I mean, what was he doing at his desk, like, right before Yoda walked in? What was he doing? Was he doing paperwork? Was he like, Yoda, what do you need, and will it take longer than 5 minutes? I am absolutely swamped. These requisition forms for new TIE fighters have to be down to Debbie in accounting by 6, or Newt Gunray is going to pitch a tent in my waiting room.
Great position. Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna go back because I don't think I need this open. And if I don't, which is good. Oh, it is still running. Oh, because probably I've got this open. Transfer effectivity 7, 8, 9, 7.
Unlikely things to say when running for president.
This week I will speak in 4 states. Angry, tired, psychotic, medicated.
I've just carried on watching some what is it? Moriarty the Prophet, which I like because it takes Sherlock Holmes but looks at it from Moriarty. And this is not like simply greed or this, like, it's interesting, his philosophy of like sometimes the lords in upper societies are like cruel and mean, and sometimes you have to sort of get something new. And it's really interesting, and I really love it. Patriot. And I like how you see both Sherlock and Moriarty side. And they're both seen as, like, interesting.
The blast in that building was caused by Bomb Voyage, who I caught in the act of robbing the vault. Now, we might be able to nab him if we set up a perimeter.
You mean he got away? Well, yeah. Skippy here made sure of that.
Incredible!
You're not affiliated with me!
So yeah, time for the sectors to come together. So yeah, this is a fun sort of show because I like how they slowly look at. They've got this country called Akka. No, that's the company. You have this country that looks like this bird, which is really a fun idea. Just like being like, yeah, of course it looks like a bird. Don't question it. It's like, if you look at any other country, it looks like anything of anything. If you look at England, it's like, oh yeah, that's England. But does it look like something else? No. What do you mean? But I like how they slowly do that. I don't have much to say. It's fun. It's interesting. I liked it. I didn't think it was one of the best things I watched, but it's fine. It's great. The mystery's good. It's not for me. But one of the things I like is throughout the season, you slowly learn about, like, a lot of people are thinking about this rebellion because of, like, this like, other person who can rule because of technicalities. It's really complicated. It's this whole thing about, like, the sister who was older, but because of, you have to have a technical male in charge because of BS rules. I don't get that fully. I think it's something to do with, like, there was a thing in the past, one of the kings said that, like, oh, he only wants a male in charge of, like, the throne as the king. Which is interesting. Effed up, but interesting as the idea. And then, like, she was kicked out. I was like, yeah, I can't do anything and I'll cause problems. A lot of people. So she left, had kids, and the youngest son is about to go older now. But there's rumors about, like, oh yeah, the male has a son, the there was a female who existed who had a son, so he had more of a right to the throne than the current son does. And it's really complicated. But I love the whole thing was like, here's a revolution. It's like, what are you going to do? Well, there isn't any. That actually isn't a thing. And throughout all of this, you can see how important we are. And the whole thing's about like, you can see how important we are. Don't fire us. Please. That's really interesting. Because like the whole thing is like revolution, change, maybe he won't be in power anymore, but they don't. And I like that. Because sometimes there's more to it. And I find that fun. So yeah. Including Van Twist. This is a good series. I like the idea that the revolution came and became nothing. But yeah. I hope you enjoyed, and good night.
I can show you what comes next, so don't be freaked. Stay in your seats. I do this bullshit like 8 times a week.
Let's get all of them recorded, which is amazing as too, because the other one died. Press control. Also, I found this again, which I'm going to use more. Yeah.
Sure there isn't something down there you can use to climb out?
Oh, wait! Here's a grappling hook! Oh, and here's an escalator! Silly me!
We're about to die, Louise. Do you really want your last words to be sarcastic?
No!
But I'm starting down here on the floor. I do somewhat agree, because the whole thing is about like monarchies can't just be bad, or like dictatorship isn't always good.
Congratulations, you've didn't it.
Again, yes, I know I should move on, but I don't want to move on.
I'm getting the time right.
Are you putting some sort of nasty spell over me?
What? No, I'm literally just standing here, lady.
Nine. Also, does that improve? 9.
17. So I'm gonna have this one, which is corpse transmission on 17. Okay, land, corpse, which is just basically insane, with his rubber rats and all that jazz. Alright. Okay, so
Good morning, everyone. God has let me live another day, and I am about to make it everyone's problem.
roll for moving, because I know that's a thing. I'm not into with D&D, but 12. Let's go! Sorry, I got the words mixed up. There's roll for initiative. Me and my dumbass head. Anyway. So, I watched this, and originally I was going to put all of them on like really big ones because I feel like I had a lot to talk about. And then I realized I don't. I just have a lot of talk about D&D. Which, if I'm correct, this is heavily, I think this is somewhat based. I'm not entirely sure, because I do know a couple of things that I use, like Rage, are D&D. Rage is definitely a D&D created spell. But I don't know if this is a play D&D or this is sort of like based off D&D. I'm not 100% sure. I've heard something that like this was based off like a campaign that like some like people did. But one, I don't know who said it, and I'm bad at finding stuff and getting attention to find that stuff. So I'm not going to say who said it, but I've heard that before. And yeah, so I like D&D. So here's my brief explanation of the stuff I played. When I had my old Discord, I played 2 games that I didn't know. Then I had a PK, which I do know, which is a party kill. I do have dice, hence while I was rolling. I have dice right here. That is what I had with me. Of sorts, so I do have dice, and I do watch like YouTube videos that talk about D&D. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Through season 1, and this is another multi-season video. Yay! Another one of these long videos. Luckily, it's only 3, so it's not that bad. So yeah. So let's get into it. So, season 1, if I'm correct, sort of deals with them. First, they fight a dragon, but most of it is they attack these 2 sort of groups. And it turns out one of them, which, ooh, yay. Oh, I'm not making the scenario now. I'm doing that on Thursday. Oh yeah, I'll do, I like I said, sorry. That's someone I'm talking about, like, I'm doing that on Thursday, but I'm doing a review of Vox Machina. Do you like Vox Machina? I don't know. So yeah. I like this, and I enjoy this, and definitely when it deals with him, with his darkness, and his absolute, like, how far he's willing to go. Definitely with the gun, which I talk about in a couple of seconds. But the one thing I love, and the main thing that I love about the series, is talking about, like, definitely with the bag. It's like, how far will you go? Because he has like this gun that is somewhat possessed by a demon in a way, but he doesn't know that, I don't think. But I love how it just gets darker and darker. Even like the thing where like all of the things that happen is so insane, and definitely with the gun. And I love at the end when he like just has a moment where it's like he throws it away. I'll be done in a sec. So yeah, This is so insane and so amazing. And when they throw away the gun and it goes in the acid, it makes this howling sound because this is not normal. And the amount of insanity that it has in that is so creative. And I just love it. I just overall find it amazing, overall find it awesome, and find it just really so cool. And in general. Season 2, sort of, they've had this, and then you slowly get the dragons. You get in like season, I think, 2, in season 1 near the end, it's the dragons. They're here. And you slowly get them collecting these sort of artifacts that are like big, powerful weapons. And they go to the Fey realm. Well, some of them do, and I think some of them go to this other realm, where I think, if I'm correct, this is the season. Let me do. Yeah, this is sort of a season where like you have this big guy, and you get his history of like, which is really interesting. I think was like more violent, and then when he meets one of their clerics. I do know some of the thing because he's a barbarian and she's a cleric, and I just love that side plot. I also love how like whimsy it is, and I love that. That's fun. If we're dealing with the Fae, I like the idea. It's the same with like an actual D&D game. It was with Dimension 20, which always do awesome D&D. Games. One of the things that they have in there is one of it is like no one will harm you. Just to correct, is there a person in there called no one who can harm us? And it's that sort of weird wording, and it's like really interesting, and especially one of them who sort of has that sort of like, I'm not going to say exactly, but similar sort of like feeling when I see him to like he is like a bit more helpful probably, but that sort of like weird feeling to like the cat in Alice in Wonderland, where I'm like, for some reason I don't trust you. But yeah, this is good. I like it, and they slowly get the sort of like group to start fighting the dragon and some of the like really powerful weapons. And then you have the one thing I like in season 3 is you have a shapeshifter reveal, if I'm correct, which I love. I love when you get like the shape. It's the same with like Fullmetal Alchemist, where they show the shapeshifting. Again, all of this in every one of these seasons I love so far. And the one thing I love is that it blends together. You do get cut-off points, but the one thing, again, I always say the one thing I like, because, again, marketer, if I say the one thing I like, and I'm like, oh, and then there's this, and then there's that, because I'm an idiot, don't worry about it, is that they kill a character, the character dies and comes back, and there's a whole thing, and something bad might be happening. And there is romance. Also, one of the persons has a kid, which is cool and a fun idea. I mean, this whole thing with it, and I love it. It's so cool. Like, I don't know if I'm like good, and then like it's so interesting. And the fact that he can't be like, oh, is it this person? Oh, is it this person? And constantly gets the name wrong is so interesting. Also, I feel like I don't know, because I like playing rogues, because I like being surfy, I don't know if that's a thing, because, like, bards are chaotic a lot of the time. But yeah, I don't know if that's, like, a mainstay of, like, oh, that's a barbarian thing, or I don't know. I don't usually, not barbarian, bard, because I haven't usually played a bard. I played a rogue, and I played a barbarian. I haven't played a bard yet. But yeah. So yeah, this is fun, this is entertaining, and is absolutely 100% worth to watch. Definitely with the story and the characters. It's just amazing, cool, and overall just really creative with some of this. So yeah, go and watch it. It is 100% worth to watch. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. I hope you liked this video. This long video is not going to be long for a bit. The next couple of videos are going to go back to... It was short yesterday, but the next couple of videos are going to be short. So yeah. Hope you enjoy. I hope you like. And good night.
Name Corona. Surname Virus. Nickname COVID. Age 19. And mother China. And current boyfriend USA. Your ex UK, Italy, and Spain.
I guess that's why Charlie called it the Has-Been Hotel.
It was actually my idea.
Well, it's not very clever.
Fuck you.
Okay.
4, 5, 7. 4, 5. 5. And let's do 2 more. Add new trait. Add new trait. So basically, so we have birds, rodents, bats, which I'm all going to So yeah, I've got an advent calendar, it's Christmas, and I get a minifig. I'm gonna do this every day and just show them off because I want to. Free for the first day because I forgot to do day 1 and day 2, but yeah. Okay. Oh. Are you... Okay, I almost got it. I legitimately almost got it. I could do this. Okay. Does this song say it works? Yeah. I just need to do it. I've explained the advent calendar days. Here is the next one. I think this is sort of like a dice, but it looks really cool and really like fun. It's really fun to just hold in my hand. But yeah. Here is day 2. Hopefully if I did it. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm a little bit over the time. Gold. A+. I did it. It took too many fucking episodes, but I did it. So yeah, advent calendar day. Here is the next guy. I just like these figurines because they're like so nice. and looks so cool. I want to get some D&D stuff, but yeah, this is really cool and really fun. So yeah, last time we had the training, time for the actual battle. Let's go! So yeah, My Hero Academia. I like this. Also, today's going to be a double review. We're having this and another one, which is going to be so weird, contradicting of these two things. But yeah, this is really good in my opinion. I like this. I like the battle. It is dramatic as hell. It is fun. It is awesome. And besides, I feel like the reveal, which isn't a reveal to us, is the sort of reveal of the sort of like, why am I bad with names? Do you know the sort of like thing that happens with the number one hero, which is the number one hero over time, and like his past, and that sort of like effed up situation that happened with his son is revealed. I like that happening, and I like the idea of like, oh, I'm reporting it because we are the reporter, and this is what we're going to do. No matter who wins, the good or the bad, we are reporting it. We are telling it. We are going to tell what is happening. So yeah. The one thing I like is the one best spoiler that I like is there's a whole thing about some of the mutations that you have that you look animal. So you get treated like somewhat like, oh, you're below us because you're just nothing more than like an animal type, and you get sort of treated like an animal. It's sort of, I think, like sort of an idea of them tapping into like the race sort of thing, because like so many people look like lizards or this or that, and they dehumanize that, which is effed up. But I like how they have this whole battle, and the heroes that are helping are like being like, is this actually doing anything? Are you storming this thing's actually doing anything? And I love it that they actually have the heroes that are sort of like fighting have these sort of like animal sort of like animal based quirks. Is really fun. But yeah, I like this. It's really fun to watch, and it's just overall really entertaining. I 100% absolutely recommend for you to watch. But yeah, I hope you enjoy, and yeah, good night. Oh no, something's missing. Let's see, what evidence do we have here? So yeah, this exists, and I love it. It is amazing. It is good. I can't say much about it because the thing that is good about it is the sort of like little like offset. They have these moments where sort of time like sort of like freezes like, and then it's like, so what happened here? Well, this. And they like bring up these points. I think it's something to do with like them recording and they're like trying to analyze what we're going through. But I like that idea visually because it just looks absolutely amazing. Right? The whole thing just sort of like freezes into sort of like one color in a way. And it's sort of like discussing it. And I just love that as an idea. And it's really fun. And it's just really interesting. The other thing I love with this is overall, there's a bit at the end which is sort of like a fake, oh, you get this person, you get that person. And I like that they set up this whole thing being like, oh yeah, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. And they're like, oh yeah, I saw that coming, and then this is going to happen, this is going to happen. And they're like, oh yeah, but they could do that. And then we're going to do this going to happen, this is going to happen. It's going to be really fun. And really entertaining, and overall I just absolutely think it's just entertaining. I like mysteries. I like detective stuff. I've said this before. And even though I thought originally this was going to be, okay, you're getting a mystery. This is at least going to be someone actually. Because like, unlike what I somewhat like for the other one, which I was like, you got these big actors. Why is it? You kind of see Barbie and it's like, oh, it's going to be simple. And this is alongside the other one that came out, the Barbie movie, is kind of proving that like you can create amazing stories. And the Barbie one was like really complex. And even this is not as like deep and like philosophical as that one is. Nowhere near close. But it's still fun. It's still a great mystery. And you could do a lot with like a character that a lot of people will just look the other way and be like, it's Barbie. It is so fun. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. Not I hope you enjoy, but I really think you should watch this. It is really entertaining. So I hope you enjoy, I hope you like, and good night. 9, 17. It'll be a while until I finish this. Also, safety. Save. Urban countries efficiency. And I will hello. I haven't been excited because I'm going to like do one of my on-biz days and then redo the sound on remake because that's fun sometimes. Remaking it. Definitely if you have like a sound-based one, not like a reacting-based one, which means I've got 2 remake ones. One I'll do now, one I'll do when it's been uploaded. Meaning there'll be technically 5, but I only record 4 because it's not here yet. And I can move certain things around so.
It is I, Condiment King. Good night, Alfred. Good night, Master Whale. Good night, Alfred. Good night, Master Whale. Ha ha! It is I, Condiment King.
No. Oh, this is gonna be a very weird. What's I think it's downstairs. Who's singing me? Oh well, I'm making a lot of stuff here, so let's do that first. As you know, it's just clips, so it'll probably be best if I just get my iPad.
Hey man, thanks for the sandwich. Oh, for sure, bro. Anytime. I've been starving all day. Wait. No. James, what's up? Ain't you a cannibal? Yeah. Then what's in my sandwich?
Time for oh no. PG-13. Can't have this. So yeah, I know that was stupid, but yeah, fake weapon. Should have a thing up here. Fake weapon. Fake. Anyway, this is really interesting because it's a PG-13 slasher, sort of, with time travel, sort of. But it does the time travel good, but it's not really, because it's like a serial killer, this guy, who's sort of like murdering. Also, I'm going to talk about this in another video, but today is a 5-day, so I'm going to try and keep it to 5 days. So I'm going to talk about that in another 2 days. So hold on to your butts for that. So yeah, it's fun. It's entertaining. It is really just really great. I don't know why I'm saying it like, it is really, really great. You can just trust me. I absolutely think this is amazing and has no flaws. Trust me, I don't look dead inside. But it is good. It is really fun. But yeah, the one thing that I like with this and the whole thing is that one of the major things that they have near the end is they turn out to be the killer. Far From Future 1 is one of the people from the past who was like, oh, I'm bullied, and then they did all of this for like, because at first it was like, that's a good idea, being like a what if for like a horrible future, but I like the idea that in a way it's like, yeah, you are horrified because you didn't go through those experiences. You could be a completely different person throughout your different experience. I also like the idea of, oh, if I save this person, I might not be born. And then it turns out that's true, and that is absolutely terrifying. And she just stays in the past, and I find that hilarious. And funny. It's just one of the best things ever. Also, where does she live now? She's in the past and the parents don't know her. So, yeah. That's weirdly hilarious because of how apt of it is, but yeah. I think this is really good, really entertaining, and overall just one of the most interesting, sometimes in a hilarious, wrong way, sort of like Netflix films really ever. So yeah, I hope you enjoy, I hope you liked, and good night. But now actually time to figure this out. Okay. Is it land or sea? No, it's sea. Is it sea? Transmission. Sea. Let's see if that's the case. Can I do an animal that's sea based? Sea based animal. Sea based animal. So yeah, I'll figure that out later. I still need to figure that out. Let's save scenario. Okay. Okay, because I've got 4, which is comment, stick. No, wait, no, that doesn't count. Okay, so clip. I don't think it is. Yeah, it is 4 because I've got my thing, which is good. Let's see. Because I've got playing game. I've got the 22nd. Then I've got the 23rd uploading today, but I haven't made a clip of that. I guess it should have been the 23rd, but everyone knows probably. I've always done reasons.
I bet you $1 million that you will not win this game as Simon Says. You ready? Simon Says touch your shoulders. Alright? Simon Says touch your neck. Okay? Someone says touch your nose. Someone says like this video. Someone says share this video with at least one person. Okay. Someone says follow me. Alright, well, someone says comment the last thing you ate. I'll give you a few seconds. Alright. Someone says refresh this video. You're still here? Oh. Hey, send me my million.
To the Witch's Road! Let's go! So, yeah. Welcome. And if you've been noticing, I've been leaving some stuff I've been excited to watch about to this. And you might be wondering, how much can I talk about this? One, I want to talk about a bit. I'm still going to include this in non-spoilers, which is basically sort of my feelings. And when I'm talking about spoilers, I am also going to talk about because I watched Screen Rant. And Screen Rant theorized a couple of things when the episodes came out, which I liked. I like watching those. When you watch someone alongside and you theorize and you're like, oh, maybe. So, but I'm not going to talk about that until the non-spoiler section. There's a lot of people who are still called by certain names that aren't revealed. And I also want to talk about the editing in this. Especially in 2 episodes, and a couple of people have done a back-to-back, which I absolutely love. And I think it's really interesting. And really exciting. But yeah, this is really good. I know a lot of people have said, that Marvel has gone a bit downhill. And to be fair, as a person who I legitimately have watched everything, I do get it. She-Hulk, even though I like it, I love She-Hulk. I understand. It's not the greatest. Well, I don't love it. I like it. I think it's really funny. I like that sort of symbol. I do get the other stuff. I do get, like, that some people... I do see why some people are like, okay, it's not as good. I'm fine. I'm fine with it. But, like... Besides, like, some specific stuff, there's not really an edge to, like, I absolutely hate it. But I do love this. This is amazing. This was good all the... I know a lot of people say maybe the episode's going to be wrong. I'm fine with it. The way it was, I'm fine with it. Because you have... Actually... So, for starters, one, when I was watching Screen Crash 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, they constantly said that Teen was Billy. And I was like, Joe, fair. That's fact. And I was like, Teen was Billy. And when you had the reveal of Teen was Billy, I think episode 5, it's like, I was right. Not I was right, but it was right. I saw it. I was like, actually, like, yes. And when you get episode 6, which sort of shows a bit of, like, episode 1 and 2 of them, 1, in the fake episode from a real perspective, and 2, a sort of like, getting... I think they show a bit of, like... No, they show up to, like... But showing the illusion outside from episode 1. It's not from episode 2. Why am I talking about that? But showing it from the outside. And some people have done a side-by-side, which I find is really interesting. Definitely in the interrogation room. The difference of, like, what Agatha at the time is hearing to what is actually being said. I love that he was like, Joe, I feel like you've cast me as, like, this no-good teen that doesn't have anything to do with the crime but still has something suspicious. But you totally miscast me. I love that. I love how funny it is that, like, he's almost talking about, like, media roles. It's like, you've cast me as this role. And I just love it. Because he's realized, oh, you're just sort of casting me. And it's, like, really funny. Because I don't know if that's sort of, like, a slip of, like, him realizing that he sort of knows that well, he does know about somewhat the spell of like how the town worked. And I like that he's like being like, oh, you're being cast. Like he's like, there's a detective series, and it's like, oh, I'm being cast as like this no good teen who isn't involved with the crime but has done something else suspicious. And I like the side by side, and I like how interesting that episode is, looking back at episode 1, and then looking and sort of like fixing all of this sort of stuff with being like, oh, this is what was happening. And I like how you say, he says William Kaploff, which is Teen's original person before he died, before Billy went into the body. And then afterwards, when Agatha says, say it again, because Agatha can't hear anything, but I don't know if Billy knows about sigils at this point. So he just says it differently, because I feel like it's interesting that it's like, no, that's not it. I'm Billy Maximoff. And I love it. It's like, no. And says the other name. I don't know if there's much of a difference. I don't know if you can like maybe like see the mouth move and there's a difference. I like it. I also like that technically William Kaploff was the person who put the sigil, but no matter if they said either one of the names, both of the names were covered, and I love it. And I like that, like, all of that is really interesting. All of the story I love. I find it so exciting. And then obviously, you get, I don't know exactly what episode it was, but you get the episode that is about being out of time, which is Lilia's trial. Because there's so many episodes that's all like, yeah, Lilia's trial, which is the episode's out of order, and I like stuff that's out of order. It's really fun, where you, if you do it in some fun way, and you get a whole interesting look of the whole series. And this is the moment where it's like, oh, Rio's death, and that image is that you constantly see the cards throughout the episode. You get to see the placements of like, oh, this is like one of the tarot cards, this is one of the tarot cards, and this and this and this, and like absolutely like it. And I also like, it's like, do you remember me? It's like, I absolutely like that episode. Like, it goes back and forth, and when it's like, you kind of realize, and I like sort of when Jennifer says she said herself, she's the Green Witch, because she said that, I think, in episode 4. Because the trial isn't free, person dies, we need another Green Witch. I'm not a Green Witch, I'm more like the Green Witch. We have like this, it's like, no, okay. Again, it's just so fun. And then you have the next twist at 1, Billy made the road, which is exciting because you sort of figure it out by like when you go to his house and you get to see a bit of his roof. You're kind of like, oh, where all of this refers to the road. What's going on? You kind of get hints towards that. And then when Billy, because I feel like that's a moment where they sort of like hinted towards it, and then it's like, maybe, but the moment it actually happens is at the like sort of like second to last episode, where it's, oh no, and then when you get the reveal that, oh no, it's Agatha all along, the Witch's Road was just Agatha all along, and I find that amazing, hilarious, and so sad, because you see her backstory, and you see like, you also get like, oh, why do you let them believe that, which was in one of the early episodes, just before, like, just after, like, Jennifer was like, oh, the Green Witch, and it's like, because the other thing is worse, and it's about, like, Scratch died because, like, she didn't do the spell that she did, and it's so messed up, it's so dark. There's a bunch of theories about, like, how he didn't see the body, but it's so dark. This show, and also I'm interested because some people say there's a free trilogy of this. Wonder and Vision, Agatha All Along, and the new Vision Quest. But I am so excited for both. This is really interesting, and I absolutely loved the series. I enjoyed it. It was so fun. It was just absolutely 100% worth it, and I do 100% recommend for you to watch. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed, I hope you liked, and good night.
Recap of the plot. A government got in the way of Phil and I, so we blew it up. Now we're chilling in the north with this guy called Rambo. But as time goes by, I'm starting to realize that there's something different about our new neighbor. Oh, by the way, Rambo, there's been something I've been meaning to ask you.
Yeah, what's up?
So you're like part Enderman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And aren't Endermen like terribly allergic to water?
Oh yeah, no, that's my I have armor on, so we're good.
Oh, I was hoping you were about to like stare at me for 3 seconds and then start screaming.
Name Corona. Surname Virus. Nickname COVID. Age 19. And mother China. And current boyfriend USA. Your ex UK, Italy, and Spain.
Hey man, thanks for the sandwich. Oh, for sure, bro. Anytime. I've been starving all day.
Wait. No.
James, what's up? Ain't you a cannibal? Yeah. Then what's in my sandwich?
I bet you $1 million that you will not win this game as Simon Says. You ready? Simon Says touch your shoulders. Alright? Simon Says touch your neck. Okay. Simon Says touch your nose. Simon Says like this video. Simon Says share this video with at least one person. Okay. Simon Says follow me. Alright, well, Simon Says comment the last thing you ate. I'll give you a few seconds. Alright. Simon Says refresh this video. You're still here? Oh, hey, send me my million.
Recap of the plot. A government got in the way of Phil and I, so we blew it up. Now we're chilling in the north with this guy called Rambo. But as time goes by, I'm starting to realize that there's something different about our new neighbor. Oh, by the way, Rambo, there's been something I've been meaning to ask you.
Yeah, what's up?
So you're like part Enderman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And aren't Endermen like terribly allergic to water?
Oh yeah, no, that's my I have armor on, so we're good.
Oh, I was hoping you were about to like stare at me for 3 seconds and then start screaming.
We're back. The 5 days were a bit short, so I couldn't do these. But here's the next one for day 4. Again, I love these. These just look so nice and so cool. Again, the next one, obviously the next couple of days, because I will be able to have more than 5, I will be able to do all of these. But yeah, this looks so cool and so awesome. You got 3 days of these. Yay. But the rest of it only. And again, the last one of today. Again, I just love these. Definitely like these. I like figurines. That look so cool and so awesome. So yeah. I've got the contract. So I have to achieve 2 things in this one. I don't think I've got anywhere near close. Maybe the 6. Yeah, I got way over the time. Okay. Goal is the Perry and the heart. If I can do that. So what does this one do? This is very unusual. So yeah, you have this. Which I'm not even going to bother trying to pronounce because I know. I think I'll mispronounce it. But you have this. And it's really cool with a lot of the stuff being the conversations with like the devices, and it's really interesting with like it's like the nearest thing to, you would say, like God being like, and being like, oh, here's things to like get rid of like the energy problem or like sleep or like any of the other things. And it's like, I know those two are things, but those are more, I feel like they're less important than like the discussions about it, which I like. So let's get into that. And the one thing I like with the conversation, because it's all about like, when you bring up the energy one, they're like, okay, will this be a problem to the environment in the way that it could like create some sort of like global warming? And then it's like, yeah, it could. It's like the whole thing with the energy use being insane, and like a lot of the government being like, we want control over this, because even nowadays you have energy companies, and if I'm like, okay, by the way, I've invented a way to basically not need that at all. Here's limitless energy, you can plug this into your home and your job's done. The companies would want it. It's simple. Because in a way, with some people still being like, coal. But some companies will be like, unlimited energy, we can price this to hell. But like, it's so insane and so interesting. You get into the other ones, which are just as fun and just as interesting, with the sleep and the one with moving time forward, which is absolutely insane. And I love after that you get the mystery who's who, and it's so fun. Again, I'm trying to keep this under 3 minutes, but yeah, because I like this on the shorter one, don't worry about it. But it is really fun. So yeah, I absolutely find this interesting, hilarious, and 100% worth watching. So I hope you enjoy, and good night.
I hate when people say, well, if your friends jumped off a bridge, would you do it too? Like, obviously not, no. Because I jumped first. I'm a leader, not a follower. Yep. Oh. I hate when people say, well, if your friends jumped off a bridge, would you do it too? Like, obviously not, no. Because I jumped first. I'm a leader, not a follower.
Yes. So yeah, this day seven. It looks cool. Let's dance.
Okay. Ooh. Oh, what the? Ah! It was stuck. It was like midway through. I love it. You can be like, you can look through all of this. Also, I want to just try something. Oh shoot, that is bad. Okay. So let's move on. Also, I don't know how much sound is in here. Also, I need to just check my settings as well.
This is the Stupid, Dumb, Wrong Spoon. I only hit people with it that are stupid, dumb, or wrong.
If you think you don't deserve happiness...
Okay, load. Okay. I don't think there is anything, which is sad. Yeah, it's gonna be silent, which is really weird. Really uncomfortable. Madness, man. There's birds, that's this, and that's this.
I don't mind losing friends. Except you. I can't lose you. You know too much, so it's either friendship or death.
So yeah, Blue Lock. Usually I do like 3 minutes, the bigger one, but Blue Lock. I've reviewed Blue Lock, and the same thing for Blue Lock, the TV series, season 1, is here. But this expands less on the main character, Blue Lock, but there was another side character with this guy, and you look into him, you look into his past, and it's really good. I really like it. But besides, again, talking about the editing is amazing. How the story is done is great. How they show football as a sport, specifically the striker, is amazing. But overall, besides that, and besides what I said in the original Blue Lock, it's fine. I find it amazing. I find it awesome. But overall, it's not fine. But like, it's amazing, but I don't have much to talk about it.
Did you know that bleach and rubbing alcohol create chloroform?
Yep. Did you know that it's 1 tablespoon rubbing alcohol or acetone per cup of bleach, which can be adjusted up or down depending on how long or short you want the victim, subject, knocked out? I mean, bleach and rubbing alcohol? That's fucking crazy. People just have that stuff laying around their house. Weird.
So yeah, if you want to know where I got stuff like this and all the other ones I've got, it's from a D&D Advent Calendar, which is, I don't know where I got the D&D Advent Calendar, but if I'm correct, I think it was from Amazon.
Did you know that bleach and rubbing alcohol create chloroform?
Yep. Did you know that it's 1 tablespoon rubbing alcohol or acetone per cup of bleach, which can be adjusted up or down depending on how long or short you want the victim, subject, knocked out? I mean, bleach and rubbing alcohol? That's fucking crazy. People just have that stuff laying around their house. Weird.
Okay, so C transmissions. This is C transmissions. Tick, 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 tock.
ticking. Wait, no. That's the other thing I need to do. Where it is? Da-da-da. And then that's also done, which I should do reanimate, which would be fun. I don't know what I should do. Ticks, I think, are bad in water. Same with flies. That's why I always keep an eye out to make sure someone doesn't be like, and then use this. Spores, maybe. That's too. So, day 7. This guy. Woo! So yeah, another day, another one of these awesome things. So yeah, that's what I got. I don't think I've got under the time, but I might have got between the 3 hearts. And if I get below the time, I would be absolutely glad. 1 minute 48, 1 minute 48, 1 minute 48. I would take 1 minute 50 as well. In one day, I perfected it. Joe, what? I'm not gonna risk any chances. Okay. Oh, I love this.
So y'all want me to show up, be on time, and behave? No.
Me versus the world. Hashtag me, hashtag versus, hashtag the world. Obviously, making, plaguing. No, it's obviously, making. Cuphead, plaguing. 1 review, and then you have 2. My whole thing got broke, and I don't know why. I really don't. I don't know how long it has been, but yeah, that's annoying. Can we please not do that again? Yeah, it's just been 17 minutes and then it just cuts out, which is annoying. Because I had like a whole hour of me probably saying nothing, so probably somewhat fair. Okay. So, here we are. Maybe, again, maybe not. I don't know if I've done this, but here we are. So yeah, this exists. And besides one thing, which I think is a very interesting idea, which there's a couple of stuff which is interesting, but the one thing I like is for later, because I want to talk about it more, sort of spoilers. But one of the things I find interesting is, yep, this is another one, but yes, you can see my pattern. Person goes to another world and gets superpowers. I'm not predictable. So, yeah. But the one thing I like, and this section, this bit, small bit, isn't spoilers, but it does reveal something later, which is basically something else. But the one thing I like is a lot of the time it's one. And you get one person who came into this world, who sort of and it's by itself. And you would also either get like a group of people, sort of like a group of people who either know each other or not, or forgot their memories. If you know, you know. But this one I like is a complete accident, because the only other one that I know is there's 3 that I know by group. One, they don't know each other because they don't know the other world, and there is a chance that they were like a classroom, but I'm not 100% sure about that one. You also have Oops, I'm a Spider, which we know they're a classroom, because I think if you look into it, that's the whole point. And I like it, and it's really fun. But with this one, it's a bus of strangers. You have a bunch of people who don't know each other, because the chances that like everyone knows each other on a random given bus on a random given day is, I wouldn't even know the odds, but I'm guessing really low. So I like the fact, and then later on, this is the spoilers, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, he sees someone else who also came into this world. And I like that as an idea, as a throughput that you might see, and I like it. And I'm hoping that there's more like, oh, this person came from this world and this person, and that would be interesting about like what happens. And I like that as an idea. But yeah, besides that one thing, it is one guy going to another one getting stronger. Season 1 only, I think, has one other character that came from the other world. And there is a season 2. I forgot that because I'm an idiot. Sorry for the people on Twitch. But yeah. I hope you enjoyed this video, and good night. And now, time for the next one. Another dice. We've had 4 days of figurines since the last dice, but it looks so cool. Ooh. But yeah.
So ahead of you guys getting your tickets for Spider-Man No Way Home, I also decided to rank my favorite Spider-Man movies.
So I decided to do this for fun. So in last position is The Amazing Spider-Man. I just don't think it's as good as the other ones. Still, I like it, but not as good. Along with this one, I do hear people say it's not as bad as people let it be. I just don't personally like it. And I think both of them, in my opinion, are not as... This one, alongside this one, starting off and being really good in my opinion, I think it was upgraded. And sorry, I'm doing the upgraded and this. This would be my next one. I just like Doc Ock in this, and yeah. And then this is just because I like Andrew Garfield. I just said the second one's not as good in my opinion. Then same reason for this. And this because I love Tom Holland and love these two films. And
can I just make it absolutely clear now that I'm only here because the producer said I had to be. I don't like snow. I hate being cold. I hate outdoor pursuits. I hate the idea that I've got to push my body to find the limit. I can't stand this stupid clothing that makes this rustling noise when you move all the time. And I hate the zips and the toggles and all the pockets and that. And I hate your stupid truck.
Listen, shh. If we make it, look at it this way. You will be the first person ever to go to the North Pole who didn't want to be there.
I officially identify as a fucking problem. You're a fucking problem, but a problem nonetheless. Warned that becoming my friend will either result in dying in a fiery explosion or having the best time of your fucking life. Here's the thing, I'm made of explosions and glitter, so what more do you expect of me than bad decisions and property damage? Look, if you catch me doing something sketchy, you have 2 options. You can either join in on the plan or you can become part of the plan. The choice is up to you. I have determined that I am less of a blessing and more of a threat. Like when I was spawned from hell, there was less of a oh and more of an oh no, put it back. Steve, here's something that you need to know. I will be the reason that you go to hell. However, we are going to have the best motherfucking time down there. So grab your sunscreen and a handful of glitter because we're about to set something on fire. Here's the thing you need to know about being my friend. I will make fun of you relentlessly. However, the moment someone else makes fun of you, I will rip their soul out of their mortal body and yeet it over into the eternal abyss where it will stay forever. So you're protected, just not from me.
Okay, I could do the most punny ever and go with horse. I go with sea horse here and just be like Agir.
And what do you do with seahorse? That's what we want.
People in their early 20s still refer to people older than them as adults. When do you think they stop and realize they are adults?
I'm not an adult. I'm a child with a drinking permit.
Drinking permit? What's that in your sippy cup? Vodka.
I'm doing these. This is happening. Oh. That's happening. Okay, that's annoying. Okay, what's going on there? This is odd. Let me just try alert. Is it the same thing here? Yeah, same problem. Okay, so let's go and try. There's a thing about that. Follow. That's what I need. Back to feed. Edit layout. That is. Know what I need.
Let's face it, you just spent another weekend alone.
So let's open the books to a new story. Let's go ahead. So yeah, this I think is interesting because I like how it talks about stories as a main thing and writing stories and the authors of said stories. And I like that idea, looking into what it is to be a story is fun as an idea. Like the general concept of a story, the general idea is really fun. And looking at it from like a writer's perspective, like what happens if you grow up and then you don't like the story that you did write? What happens if you develop the story and you don't think it's that good anymore? And you have all of those different ideas alongside like interesting stories and then changing and then looking into it and see how stories can develop the past because you look into it and learn stuff about it. The one thing I do like is at a certain point there's one character who sort of has two sides. You have one which is him sort of like, because you have these doubles of like them being like, oh, I don't like the story, why don't I change it? And they're sort of corrupting the stories in a way, and I like that. You also have one of them who has twos, and they constantly switch between like wanting to save the stories to destroy the stories, and I love it. And I like that sort of like the character I like, and it's really confusing. Because on one hand, at the beginning, you think he's on their side, and then you get confused. Again, the antagonist of this is really fun, and I really love it. It's confusing, but I'm an idiot. So maybe you'll get it better. But I love it, and it's really good. So yeah, this is really amazing. 100% worth watching. Just great. Great in general. So yeah, it's just amazing storytelling, and I 100% would think that you should watch it. Time to fight as the wars and fight. Let's go. So yeah, I've already recorded this, but because I don't want someone in the recording, I had to redo. I like this. Obviously, I've said before, it looked like an old anime, which is not a bad thing. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. This is more on the bad side, but we're going to that. But I want to watch it because of that, and because war on this. And sometimes you get some dark war anime stories. I'm like, do you know what? This is really interesting, and I want to watch it. But, like I said and alluded to, this is a bit bad. And the reason why I'm not a fan of it is because there's a lot of sort of like, oh, this and that, and anime being anime. I will say, the fight scene looks amazing. And they look so cool. And I absolutely love it. And I absolutely find it amazing. But, yeah, I think it's really cool, really awesome. And just overall fun. But, overall, I didn't really like it. But, the one thing I do like is the idea of these mechanical devices. And when you learn more about it, definitely about, like, the main character's history with it, and how fucked up it gets, it is fun. But, I would be, like, one of the person like, oh yeah, this is how to... But I would say, obviously, I'm not going to recommend this. I know there is some good stuff out of this. I know there is some... But because of over... Like, there's one shot where they fall out of the building, and you could have this moment of, like, sort of like Team Rocket. That cheesiness I'm fine with. Whereas, like, you get back here. But what they do is, oh, you're holding onto those? Oh, trousers go. Panties go. I'm like, okay, that was a thing. But overall, I'm not hugely into it. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed it, I hope you liked, and good night.
Oh, it's a food fairy episode. Okay, so let's just go into... I was going to do this tomorrow, then I realized, oh wait, I'm 2 episodes ahead. I just love that idea of being like, oh, this is gonna be good. Okay, I think I perfected it. You know what? I perfected one already. Yay! I can pass this really quickly. I really picked the wrong weapon to get. Do you know what? Less than a minute. I'm gonna take that. I was able to do that in less than a minute compared to the last time when I had this challenge. Oh no! How do you get your super meter up? Oh, you have to use 5 super meters. Didn't I? 1. Okay, I need to figure out what is the super meat. I've never actually. I only need to touch both sides, and then when it touches me again, I should have hit 6, 5, and then I hit like I think
2 out. So I think that should be 6. Yes, it hit 6. Okay. I don't know where I didn't hit 6 on the last one, but sure, I didn't hit 6 on the last one. Okay. Okay. So that means I've got 3 contracts. Oh, anyway. How many do I have left? Where do you find that out? No. There's the list. Yeah, I've got 3 more contracts. Okay. I think that I've just picked the best weapon. I think this will be the final blow. Oh, yes! Do you know what? I've almost gone back to the same place. Oh, yay. Okay, what do I got? What? Okay. That is the main problem. Parrying is also the problem. But my main focus will be trying to do it with less lives, because parrying is not that hard, I think it is. Because pixels, I think I'll be able to at least find 1 pixel. But I've got 2 contracts in 1 session. Do you know what? I'm still renaming it to 2 contracts 1 session. Because I think that would be fun. Actually, no, that's too similar to 2 Guys 1 Cup, and I do not want that reference on my channel. Jesus, that is horrifying. So yeah, another day, another item, a dice. You have another dice. Also, weirdly love this. If you put it at a specific angle, like that one, sometimes it looks a bit like a tool.
If you sneeze, and I say God bless you, the only thing you should say is thank you. I don't need to hear all of this. How did you get in my house? Why is my window broken? I'm calling the police. Ain't nobody got time for that. Be polite. If you sneeze and I say God bless you, the only thing you should say is thank you. I don't need to hear all of this. How did you get in my house? Why is my window broken? I'm calling the police. Ain't nobody got time for that. Be polite.
Let's join the game! Woo! Let's have some fun! In Infinite! So yeah, this exists, and it is fun. I love this because this is one of the other ones that I'm realising that I watch quite a lot of, which is basically one person joins like a VR type game, which I love, which is really fun. I always like this concept of like, they build it like a city, and it's fun. And they have this like infinite like, oh, if an NPC dies, they're gone forever. Like a lot of games will be like, oh no, they're not dead, they're just not around anymore. Or like, they'll be like, oh yeah, oh no, they'll do like the common thing, oh no, they're dead, oh hi Craig, you're back, how are you from work? And I find that funny. But this with that is so interesting. I want this to be an actual sort of game. The one other thing I like, which is also spoiled this Battlefield Future 1, is later on you see a character, and you see 2 sort of characters have a sort of ideology. Because a lot of people treat this game as a game, so the NPCs, who cares if they're not? They're just NPCs, they're just code. But there's a couple of people who treat the NPCs like people, which I like the idea. And then there's the whole thing with the maidens, and like, if you have like, if that sort of like power that you get through the game is with the maidens, that you sort of treat them like, and I would love this is so fun, because I would do the same. I would treat, because even though, yes, I would understand they are sort of NPCs, getting immersed and sort of treating them and being like that, sort of like they are people, is interesting. And sometimes if it feels real, sometimes it might be real. But I like how the other person who we think these 2 people will be like on the same time is on the enemy side, and that's interesting because the main part of the enemy disagrees, and it's actually interesting. It's so weird. I absolutely think this is really good and 100% worth to watch. So yeah, I definitely think you should watch, and good night. So yeah, Let's see about these 7 wonders. Let's see if I can find them. So yeah. Toilet bound Hanako. I find this interesting because there's a lot. I don't know how many, because I don't know if this is just specifically something in Japan, and more specifically not this, but more specifically because my school never had. Have you ever heard the rumor about this kid who died here? You never had that at all. And that's like, oh, by the way, my school had like this really bad thing. Luckily, the school is shut down and doesn't exist. So I don't know if that's like a thing. I would like to be interested in like there's like these ghost stories. But I love these series because I like how they look into each one of the mysteries and how they connect. And it's fun and really interesting. The one thing I like for spoiler reasons is, you see this guy here? There's another one here. And I like how you have the more peaceful, more relaxed, more I am just here to have fun. And then you have the more evil, twisted, and it's like so interesting. I also like the idea that they're taking the stories and twisting them, which is so fun. I mean, the idea of like, you exist based off your story, and if people change your story, it changes the meaning. It changes what happens to the story. And it's so fun as a general concept. Overall, I just love the idea of like stories. Here's a story that to do with like what your sort of like spirit is, and it's being changed, which changes you, which is so fun. But yeah, overall, I think this is really good. It's really fun, and 100%, this is just really great, and I would recommend you to watch it. It is just really fun. So yeah, I think you definitely should watch, and I hope you enjoy. And good night.
Mouse lost his thing again. Maybe I should tape it on, but I don't at the moment. Ooh, I open settings. Also, I just realized there's a collection button next to that, but I never use it. Are you sure? Yes, because I didn't change anything, so it doesn't matter. Hello. Let's continue this. Also, I need to remember to turn this off because I keep forgetting to do that. Okay, so end. Select this. So 18, 25, 56, 18, 25, 56, 18, 25, 56, 18, 25, 56, 18, 25, 56. 18. That's seahorse. And then also I realized that should go up there, and that should go up there, and that should be the number 3. Three, 6. Chance of severity, which is 8. Ah!
Okay, so...
Hey, who's the pig? Are you talking to me? Uh-oh, they called him a pig. Are you talking to me? Shouldn't have done that. Are you talking to me? Now they're in for it. They call me Mr. Pig! Ah!
Oh, sorry. Just a second. Oh, shoot. Hit the deck! So yeah, Fallout, which I'm just going to say a couple of things, because I knew this might be a bit big. Not like it's a big series or it's a big... No. It might be a big video, because I don't know much about the Fallout. Okay, to be frank, here's what I know. Because Phil, I need to explain this. If there's a season 1 based off a game or based off this, like, okay. I found it equal to explain what I do know, what I don't know, and everything in between. Okay? Okay. 1, I have not played any of the games. 2, even though I haven't played the games, I have watched stuff about the games. So I've watched the game theory videos about it, which there is, I think, like 1. And I've watched some people, like, there's some people who, I think Game Theory is the only one I heard about it, but I've heard, like, other things in other videos. So I know what the vaults are. I know the mechanics of the vault. I know the mechanics of, like, the watch. I know there was, like, a song being, like, you know, the special song. There's, like, Dan TDM made a song, Special. You're special. You're special. You're oh, so special. SCPCIAL. Clearly that doesn't spell special, but I'm bad at spelling. So ignore that. So, I do know that. I do know about the vaults. I do know that there's a witch thing. I do know that you can, like, hold and aim at specific body parts, which specifically take specific damage. It's like a survival game. I do know the basic idea of the game Fallout. And I do know somewhat of the story. I do know it's an alternate history type stuff. There's a couple of things that are a bit different, which is interesting. But overall, it's about, if I'm correct, Cold War, not going too cold, and everyone going to boom. So I do know that idea. They explore that in the show. In the past, in the present. But I do know about the vaults. I do know what the vaults are. And I get the general idea of what the vaults are meant to mean. That, and I've also heard about the big guys. I always forget what they're called. But I've seen them in posters. I've seen them. I'm going to be completely honest. I did not know about ghouls. I don't know if that's a common thing, or is that, like, just in the TV series? I don't know. That I don't know. To be completely honest. They could be just for this TV show, or they could be a long-running thing, but I don't know either way. Either way, I like this. It's fun. It has a lot of darkness, it has a lot of things. I have watched a couple other moments from this. This isn't about me explaining about Fallout, but I have seen a couple of, like, some people made a D&D alignment chart for one of the main ghouls. I'm like, okay, I watched a bit of it, so I knew a bit of stuff. And there's also the level where I did see a couple of it, which I saw one spoiler. But this is not a spoiler section, so not for that. And I think overall, I do think I've seen quite... I do like this. The story is interesting. The characters are interesting. But overall, it's just a fun story. But I want to talk about, more importantly... So yeah, the one thing that I absolutely would love to talk about is one of the things. 2 sort of twists. Which is basically revealing that you have certain things as bad. My favorite one... Oh. Okay. My favorite one out of both of them is the overall idea that when they go to the vote, not the vote, not that vote, when they're talking about the vote, it is, I don't know why I said talk, anyway, they have a bug situation and they don't know, but it's like the main ghoul sort of got in and is like, no, this can't be bad, the votes can't be bad, it's like, it's just safety. But it's like, okay, we need to sort of, we want to make money out of this. We're business, first and foremost. So, we need a way to sort of have the votes be needed. And then it's like, and some of the stuff that they're like, we don't want to tell you how to run your vote. No. And then they describe some horrible shit. And there's like, yeah, and they're sounding like the stuff that they talk about, like, oh, we can do this and we can have them fight against each other. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I know we have the fight for survival, but I didn't need to start to be like, okay, we need to start testing these skills. Okay, for this rational breast race, kill this man. It's like, and the other one is the idea that they had a vote and they would sort of a competition, and they had the face of like, oh yeah, we like competition is good, and then they wiped out them all. They had a perfect vote, it was fine, well, I don't know if it was good or bad, but they were wiped all out. Is so messed up. And all of that is after. I think one of the things it talks about is that a lot of the things that this vote deals with is that during the beginning, and I like it, they sort of have this face of like, we're gonna save the world, we're gonna be the good people and save the upper side. And I like how they're saying it makes it sound like amazing. But when they sort of like do anything, it's sort of like, it's sort of like that thing like with Glass House, the original, not Glass House, Knives Out. Whereas like, we don't mind helping you, but like, it's gonna take from us, and like, maybe not, maybe give it a bit. Like, they're really like, oh, we're doing this for, like, you also have the guy in the other vote being like, Three Eyes, and is like, oh, don't worry, all these other people, like, but we're helping. I think the absolute sliminess of some of these characters in a way of like this sort of like, we're helping them. It's like, oh.
Cashton 726 joins the madness.
Thank you. We're reviewing Fallout. If you want to talk about Fallout, the TV series. Yeah. Sorry, someone did it. That was amazing. That was like really cool. So yeah. Thank you. So yeah, I do think this is really interesting. And overall, the series I think is good. And I find it amazing because of this. It is awesome, creative, and yeah. Thank you. And a Merry Christmas in advance for you too. So yeah. I think this is just a really interesting series that looks into like really interesting ideas. So yeah. So yeah. With all of that being said, the way it looks into, and I think Game Theory talks about it more, about like society and all of that stuff, is fun. The collapse, the like self-serving. And the mystery about the other stuff, even that, is so much fun. It's really good and like just overall fun and amazing to watch as you see this insanity. And I love you see other groups, other perception, and you look away from like the main focus, which I find amazing. But overall, the idea is fun, and how they hyped up the next season, I absolutely want to watch. So yeah, having all of that being said, having all of that being done, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you liked, subscribed, and yeah, good night.
Okay, let's get rid of that. I want that to be none for all of the others. Okay, then put that on 1. And then put that on 0. Put it on 9,000. Dissolve cost multiply. No, I'm gonna mess around with that. You cannot dissolve that. It requires water 2, and I am going to do.
Okay, I'm on 3 lives at this section, which I don't think I have done before. And I'm not going to risk it. And I think I've already parried 3 times. No, I think I need 1 more. Okay. Yeah. Do you know what? I prefer to die. I'm way ahead. Yeah. I will defeat you.
Hey, you look familiar. You got stronger?
Definitely strong enough to beat you.
Probably not as strong as what's in this still.
Let's test that theory.
Now I'll find out. Yeah.
Game theory while I'm waiting for stuff. So, I just realized, because like I've been hearing about like the Fran. Some good, some bad, and some like interesting. And I've won by like I think it's by where is it? The first one was by. No, I need a word to explain. More about it. He just explains all the games and some stuff. Is like, oh. Super Horror Bros talked about it and talked about the demo. And then now I'm watching Gamer, and then they're like, "Oh, it's a thing from like a music group." It's like, "Oh yeah, that's interesting." And then it's got like collaboration from like other big YouTubers who make music, including Oreo. Yes, the longest solo ever. And have you seen my? So yeah, I wish for this review to start. So yeah, Fairly Odd Parents. I know a bit. I watched like maybe like a couple of episodes. I heard people talk about it, of the original Fairly Odd Parents, but I haven't watched it. Gonna be completely frank. Obviously I know Butch Hartman because of the other series he's done and the controversy he's been a part of, but I'm not going to talk about that. If you want to, I might make a separate video, but yeah, not really. Maybe not. But I love this whole idea, and I love all the characters, and especially the new character. Because I heard they're like, oh, he's in this, and he's like, Timmy's in this, and he's in that, and he's in that, and like sometimes like, new characters are fun. I don't know. Again, it's fine, it's okay. It's good. But, Yeah. So yeah, the only thing that I want to talk about, besides the fact that one, I love that you have this arc of him becoming better, and then it's really fun. Of one of the episodes, it looks like he's trying to help, but like from the main character's perspective, like he's not. He's just being the whole like that, and I find that fun. I also like that later on Puff shows up because it's like, oh, him! Because there's a few characters that I do know exist. I know like Sparky the dog exists. I know Puff exists. I know there's a counterpart who is over like nice, and a lot of people say there's a Mary Sue. I can't say much about it, but I just know a lot of people say she's a Mary Sue. Again, know it exists, know it's there. Don't really care. But yeah, that's all I really want to say. So yeah, it's good, it's fun, but again, not much to talk about. Because it technically has a continuity. I know there's some shows I let pass, but there is some stuff which does change. There is some character growth, but not enough that I'm fine. It's okay, it's good. Not much to say. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and good night.
Hey, who's the pig? Are you talking to me? Uh-oh, they called him a pig. Are you talking to me? Shouldn't have done that. Are you talking to me? Now they're in for it. Hey, call me Mr. Pig! Ah!
So yeah, day 11 for these. I love this sort of like, I love that not all of these have these figures, but this has a change of color for like the like I think around this. So yeah, I had to glue this, so if you see a bit at the bottom, it is glue. But I've got this for day 12. So yeah, woo! Day 12. It's almost. And now I have a dragon. Day 13 and I have a dragon. I love it. I'm getting mostly figurines, and I prefer that because again, he's got things which I am going to use eventually, but I don't know how. But I
play this game with my friends where whenever one of us gets a spam call, you don't hang up on them. You see, how fast can you make them hang up on you? Oh, I would love to take a survey. Let me get on the toilet real quick. Well, tie him up. Don't let him get away. Hello? You're from AT&T, huh? Well, what are you wearing?
This is what's known as a smart kid who like figures out that. Joe, let's see if I can get free contact. Because if that's the case, I'll name it 3 contracts in a day. 3 in one deal. Getting it down is what I need. To turn the stream off. Well, I didn't start it because I'm an idiot. But I recorded already. Nah. Who cares? I'm still gonna continue. That means I can just talk through most of this stuff. And this of stuff. So yeah. Okay, so this. I gotta do this because the weekend's a bit off, and the next couple of 1, 2, 3, 4,
5 weeks might be a bit like this, where some weeks you get Cuphead and Plague Inc. in one day for at least the Twitch. So yeah, that's gonna happen. Okay. It should be streaming, but it's not, so. So let's just double check that it is doing that, because for some reason it's not. Yep, broadcasting. I should say 41, but I'm not going to bother changing it at this point, so. I've changed everything. Let's go and skate! Yeah! Let's go to the infinite! So yeah, I'm going to have this a bit longer because one, I don't have much to say about spoilers besides more the villain. But I like this. I like this a lot. I like you have this main race area that they constantly race on and go down, do all of the skating, which is really fun. You also have you have the main two characters, which also I like. Skate's intro, Skate the Infinite, Skate, also I'm just going to refer to as Skate from now on, because why not? Skate's intro, I think, is one of the funnest, because I like it because it looks like they're doing like a training thing, which is fun. If you look at the intro, I just like it. I also like the song in it. The other thing is, I also love how the dynamic of the two grow as they continue. And I like it. I think it's really interesting and really fun overall. Yeah. Realize I'm just going to add this here because besides the villain, which I like, I like the antagonist because you have this sort of like look to him, and I think you see him in real life, and I just like that sort of like, you have that with all of them, but I like that with, you also have like the first one which comes up, which later on becomes sort of like, oh, he's just with us, and I like that. I like the idea that he's just there, and it's like, and it just later, you have the other two which sort of hang around, but it feels more sense because those two sort of like were sort of on my side. This guy was being a jerk in the first, I think, 2 episodes, which I love. He was like completely being like, I love it, and then he just comes on. You get the same thing with another one, but on that case, I feel like that's better. Because that's like, oh yeah, like trying to develop, and like he wasn't really being as like, the first guy's a bit of an absolute jerk. But yeah, I think this is worth watching and absolutely entertaining. So yeah, I hope you enjoy, and good night. So yeah, let's look at true beauty. I know it wasn't, but that was sort of a stupid intro, both on weird, quirky thing that I do and in general. But I'm keeping it in because, beat it. Anyway, I like this. So before I say this, I know I'm going to talk about this, and this talks about specific things. I don't use makeup. Shocking, I know. Besides, if you include, like, I don't know, some people include, like, face products like Vaseline, because I use Vaseline, because my lips get dry. Because I chew them. Legitimately a thing. Not a good thing. Don't do that. You can even see in like some of the videos where I'm like, yeah, I'm sort of, and it's like, I should stop doing that. My lips aren't food. Lips are friend, not food. That was true. Anyway, but I get the idea. I don't know specifically in this country, which I think is South Korea, because this is an anime Korean drama, which is the first, I think. Don't hold me on that, I think. But I like it. But I know a lot of people feel like they have to put beauty up, and that sounds rough. That's like, and I get it. I'm not gonna claim, oh, you look better without it, you look better with it. And I'm like, if you want to put makeup on, put makeup on. Like, even if people are like, oh yes, don't do. But the thing is, sometimes true beauty is on the inside, and I am gonna say that. Sometimes, like, a lot of people just put makeup on the outside so we look beautiful, but the inside isn't as beautiful. You are amazing. You don't need to be perfect, because that is stupid. Perfection is insanity. The other thing, which is spoilers, I like the antagonist. The antagonist I like because of the idea of the ending and her identity being like, oh shit, no. It is so fun and so awesome. I like how it gets revealed and how it all breaks apart, and it's absolutely insane. And I 100% love it. And definitely how it slowly breaks down is so fun, and how the protagonist goes around it. I would 100% recommend this. It's really good and just overall really entertaining. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and good night.
Mr. Teacher, can I go to the bathroom? No. We're learning right now. But I'm literally about to crap my pants. That sounds like a you problem. Okay, well then the heat is broken, and we're all gonna freeze to death unless you let me release the beast, as in the fire-breathing dragon up my ass. What do you think this is, bathroom class? Oh, I'm sorry, what class is this then? Mathematics. Dandy, because my name is Lewis and Clark, and the only way to find X is to take an expedition out of my excretor. I swear to God, if I hear another peep about poop. What is your stance on immigration? That's a personal question. Personal? We've been talking about my bunghole for the last 5 minutes. I mean, that's pretty freaking personal if you ask me. Fine, I believe freedom is a basic human right. Anyone should be able to live anywhere without repercussion. Good, because I've got an immigrant, scared, shitful, trying to escape from my oppressive anus. And the only person stopping him from getting to freedom is your ass. That was really clever. Good job, I surrender. You may go, but make it quick. See you in an hour.
I play this game with my friends where whenever one of us gets a spam call, you don't hang up on them. You see, how fast can you make them hang up on you? Oh, I would love to take a survey. Let me get on the toilet real quick. Well, tie him up. Don't let him get away. Hello? You're from AT&T, huh? Well, what are you wearing?
Mr. Teacher, can I go to the bathroom? No. We're learning right now. But I'm literally about to crap my pants. That sounds like a you problem. Okay, well then the heat is broken, and we're all gonna freeze to death unless you let me release the beast, as in the fire-breathing dragon up my ass. What do you think this is, bathroom class? Oh, I'm sorry, what class is this then? Mathematics. Dandy, because my name is Lewis and Clark, and the only way to find X is to take an expedition out of my excretor. I swear to God, if I hear another peep about poop. What is your stance on immigration? That's a personal question. Personal? We've been talking about my bunghole for the last 5 minutes. I mean, that's pretty freaking personal if you ask me. Fine, I believe freedom is a basic human right. Anyone should be able to live anywhere without repercussion. Good, because I've got an immigrant, scared, shitful, trying to escape from my oppressive anus. And the only person stopping him from getting to freedom is your ass. That was really clever. Good job, I surrender. You may go, but make it quick. See you in an hour.
Because we got the transmissions, and I like this. Okay, so basically all of it. Speeds. Future research speeds, but slightly reduces infective rate.
Do you have a problem with shutting the fuck up and minding your fucking business? Well, come on down and see me where you can get a free ass whooping, and I'm talking free. Free 99. Fly finger discount, meaning all 5 of my fingers balled up and through your fucking teeth.
Okay. Joe, triple contract! Triple contract! And I could just slowly start affecting it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because I did it twice, and twice gets you 5. So I just need to get this to do more life. This is the same thing that I was with the airplane. Okay. You know what? I'm going to go back here. This means probably by like 2 weeks, I should be able to finish. Actually, no, it's Ribby and Croak. And with this, I'm going to at least try 5 weeks. I'm getting Ribby and Croak.
So yeah. Another day. Yay. It is so cool and it is amazing. I'm getting so many of these. I love this advent calendar.
On this, which is going to be a bit short, kind of, maybe, not really. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Myers, sit down. You have to take... Jeopardy's on.
So I don't really have a lot to say about the series. It's fun. It's a music anime, but some stuff I realized, besides the last one, which I overdid for stupid reason, because like canonically as a thing, I don't have much to say. It's fun. It's amazing. It's a good story with a bunch of fun characters doing being in a band, slowly developing as a band. But I was like, I found it okay. It's nice. If you want to watch it, watch it. But yeah, I don't have much to say about it, so that's why I decided to be like, you know what? 1 minute. Because it is fact. I don't have any way to say, but it is still good. It is so good. But for me, it's just a fun series. I don't have anything deep to say. And sometimes, if I don't have anything deep to say, the best thing to do is shut up. Because that doesn't always add to anything. So, good series. So yeah, I can sometimes reset a couple of times. And for a couple of the videos when I'm trying to get A+, I do reset quite a bit, and I do get that. But that's because I do know that I got the contract. Because you can get the contract with, I think, 1 life, and it doesn't matter. But what I want to do is A+ all the contracts. And that means you do it with 3 lives. So you can't get, for like Cuphead and Monkey, you can't get hit once. As Chaz, you can get hit once and it's fine, but you can't get hit twice. You need to do at least 3 parries. You can do more, it doesn't matter. And you have to do 6 super meters. So that's either one of the big moves or one of the small, like using one of the cards. But that overall, that's why I sometimes reset a couple of times, so I can get A+.
What if humans are supposed to be awake at night and asleep during the day? This is why the sun poisons us and gives us sunburn, because we're supposed to be asleep and hide inside. And we were supposed to have night vision, but since we were taught to go outside during the day, we broke our eyes, so we can't see at night anymore. Just a thought.
3 is... no, it isn't on here. So I'm guessing the first one is Root Pack, then... I'm just going to put this. First one is Root Pack, then it's Groupie Leglard, then it's and then it's the Frogs, and then it's Hildeberg. Obviously, none of these are S. I fully admit none of these are S. But I can't get S until I go to the finale. So that's out of the picture until I've hit the finale. Then I'm going to come back and see if I can turn these into a bunch of S's, which would be really cool. and then I'm gonna do the DLC, and then I'm gonna come back again and see if I can get it, so I can just register it through like that little like system. This means we could get up to 500 parts of stuff. Okay.
You're not autistic, you're just a little silly. And you cry when you have to leave the house, but that's unrelated.
Devour own body. To bite and typical.
What if humans are supposed to be awake at night and asleep during the day? This is why the sun poisons us and gives us sunburn, because we're supposed to be asleep and hide inside. And we were supposed to have night vision, but since we were taught to go outside during the day, we broke our eyes, so we can't see at night anymore. Just a thought.
To stream here, I am coming back. Da, 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 da. I am going mad. Da, 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 da. There's a couple of weird stuff today, but it will make sense for today and next week. Not next week, tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a bit odd. Da 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 da. So yeah, another day. Yeah, this is really fun and really cool that I've got another day of this. I dropped it. So let's skate. Yeah, let's start the skating competition now. So yeah, I'm doing this, and you might be thinking, oh, do you have much to say? Yes and no. Kind of. But the thing that I want to say first is this is good. The animation is good. It is a good story. But the one thing that I want to talk about, especially in spoilers, is sort of the dances. Yes, I could kind of put that in the general thing. But I like it for one reason. And it's sort of a small spoiler, but I like the idea, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I like the idea that when they start this, they have these two songs, one's a bit more aggressive and one's a bit more calmer. And I like, it's sort of like love, expressive, like sort of sexual love and more familiar love. It's the idea that like when you do figure skating, you pair it to a song. Which is a common thing. That's a common thing in like dancing, sort of pairing stuff to songs, I think. Ooh. But the one thing I like is that you have this more aggressive person who might get the more sexual, which is a more like more aggressive dance, and then the more smoother one, which might you go to the sort of like the main Yuri, because they're both called Yuri. You might have figured, again, it's the more gentler song as he has a more gentle movement. And it's like, I'm going to switch you around. Because I like the idea, because like sometimes you get to, I'm this, you get stuck in it. You get stuck in the idea of like, I am just this. And I like the idea that it's like, and switch around. It's like, what? Excuse me, what? What are you doing? Oh yeah, you're going to do the one that you might think the other one should do. I just find that fun, and I find that interesting. I also like the idea that they show their expressive dance moves really interesting, because I like the idea that they show how they view how they dance. It's really fun, and I think really creative. So yeah, I think this is really good, and definitely makes me want to actually, legitimately, I'm being serious, really badly want to see a sort of like dance show, because that's really interesting, and I want to see it in like the Olympics or something. But yeah, and I hope you enjoyed, and good night. Kick it into overdrive. Wait, no, that's Power Rangers. Never mind. I absolutely love this, and like the last one, which is short, I'm also going to cut this a bit short, especially on this, because this is awesome and this is cool. And even though this is more on the shorter end, because besides a thing that I want to maybe make an own video on, one thing that I love about the show is the whole thing. Because one of the things that happens in this show is the idea of having this thing where it's perfection. Going down to the thing, and yeah, you have that argument, and there's other things to talk about. Like, one, the twist villain actually being really interesting, and something that's like, huh, that actually puts a lot of pieces together. Because yeah, you can have like the corruptor cop, like planting evidence, but having the person who's literally been planning all the strategies, and then them doing it, kind of is like, why didn't I think of it earlier? Not like my audience, more me. I was like, I did not see that coming. But the one thing I like is the idea, you have these platforms, you stand on it, you move around, everything's become optimized. And I like that idea, because that sounds, to me, horrifying. I might talk about it more if you want to, write a comment if you like that idea. But I just like that. As a general concept, the fully, like, not like to the point of like, everything's AI, but to the point of like roads change, this change, and like some of it, I get it. I get the idea. Roads change, no traffic, no this, no that, you don't need to be worried about timing. But at the same time, it feels kind of, I don't know, weird. I don't know if that's just me. I don't know if I'm just being like kind of stupid in that sort of regard, but it sort of feels off-putting, having everything be perfect. And that's what I like, because I also like how it's used in the final battle, and that is terrifying. Fun, but terrifying. So yeah, this is really fun, it's really amazing, but I like it. It's really good. I definitely 100% recommend it, and I do think it's really good, but I do love that idea, and I might want to talk about it a bit more. I don't know. But I 100% recommend it for you to watch. But yeah, I hope you like this video, and good night.
Why do you guys think the tracksuits want that watch so bad?
I think it might be nanotech, but the one thing which I would put on a caveat is, because I don't think no one told the world about the time travel. I thought that was hush-hush, if I'm correct. They don't spread that around. So there might be a time travel machine, but not stolen because it was a time travel machine. Which is weird, but it means that they were stealing it because it was nanotech, and then it could reveal later on in the series and down the road where it was a time travel piece, which could create conflicts later on. But I don't think it's stolen, because I don't think there's no evidence to show that a lot of people talked about the time travel.
Here he comes. He didn't see it. Draw his attention to it. Make a wallet sound. Wallet. That's not the sound of wallet. Hey, you do it then if you're so... Actually, that was really good.
Next time.
How much?
Secret.
Why?
Just guess.
$600?
Jail.
You're way too young if you don't know 8 of these songs.
be my lover. You gotta get with my friend.
Thought that I heard you sing. Tell me why ain't nothing but a party. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody look in my eyes, man. You can't touch this. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll.
So yeah, another day of this, which is fun. I love these dice ones because they look so cool. Some of them I don't know will work.
Starting severity of the disease. Yes, I know what it means. I don't know what severity means. Yeah, 1 to all. Well, I'm just gonna make it 1 for all, because that'll be fun. Which means doing some carpet taking, all that stuff. Might need to go downstairs because I think I left my iPad downstairs. Because obviously I was bringing this first, but because after transferring some stuff, so. Okay, let's move. Okay, I've definitely no. Okay, that is bad. So let's start. Magic! So yeah, originally I was going to be like, do you know what? I don't think I need to do this with a long video. I'm just going to do it with a short one. Because I didn't thought I had much to say about it. But I do. Not much, but a bit. So, I like this. It's amazing. Let's get into the section. So like I said, I do love this. The characters, amazing. The animation, amazing. The story, really good. So at first, I was like, okay, this is going to be simple. Spellbound is about a parent, and like maybe they got cursed by some stuff. I don't know. When I saw the trailers, I did like the designs. I mean, I'm like, Joel, I'm going to watch this. Spellbound, absolutely. the monsters, the animation style, definitely, it looks amazing. But when I found out the reason why they have these sort of like curses, I got intrigued. Because, this is the point that I was going to bring up, which is divorce. Which is a thing that we talk about in this. Which makes sense, because if you have divorce, overall, you are going to have that as a sort of like main point. Because shocking enough, if people go through a divorce, that is a big deal. And I like, they only do this at the end, but I like how they show these two people arguing and how that toxic stuff messed up the whole thing. From beginning to end, all of it was because they argued near endlessly. And I like that. Because toxicity is a thing. I do agree with that. My parents divorced, hence I'm talking about it. And I do think it is something that does happen. But yeah, it's messed up, it's dark. But realistically, divorces happen. And sometimes someone you thought you might live with, it doesn't turn out great. I like it, and I find it really great how they show it in this. So yeah, I think this is really amazing, and I would 100% recommend for you to watch this. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and good night. This Magnus Opus! Let's talk. So yeah, no fun intro because I sort of was a bit spoiled somewhat. I kind of forgot, but I did remember there was like a couple of things, and because it was sort of like rumored by who's going to be in it. I heard a lot of like stuff. I think Straw Hat talked a bit about this. Straw Hat, Goofy talked a bit about this. And how interesting it was going to be. Which, fair. That is correct. It is going to be really interesting and really exciting because it is awesome. I love the idea. I love the story. I love the overall everything about it. And yeah, it's just amazing in that sort of great way. It has great characters, it has great this, and it has sort of like... That's beside... I know because of this, maybe, I don't know, they've cut Blade, which I don't know why. Why is Marvel not making... I don't think they've given a reason, but they were like, oh yeah, we have Blade, we have an actor. Blade was scheduled to be filmed on filming in November 2023 was planned, and release date of November 3rd, 2023. Obviously it didn't came out. But production delayed when Trafiki left production. Marvel continued shift schedule as reasons for basically as someone left basically from like the creative side, they decided not to do it. So it isn't what I thought because obviously because of this, certain people had come, which means with this there's a lot of people. One, you have the Fantastic Four, the one that was my first Fantastic Four for me seeing by sort of like, you know, Chris Evans doing sort of the guy, which I love, they hyped up Captain America, and then you get like Johnny Blaze by the same actor, which is hilarious. And I love him. It's really fun and really exciting. You also get, I think, the original Blade actor, who I did see, Not much of, but I did see it. I feel like I should watch it. Should I watch Blade? The original Blade? Probably. You get X-23 from Logan, which I like. You also get, I think, Psylocke, and you get one of the Gambit, because I only realized this when someone was talking about it. They, one of the actors who's in it wanted to do sort of like a, like, what is this character's name? A Gambit movie, but it didn't went through. And I love Gambit. Gambit host, definitely if you look at the new X-Men 98, Gambit's host is amazing with the cards. It's so fun. It's so amazing. And I like that whole idea of like bringing back with a way to sort of like stamp away at, I don't know if they're going to be back. Maybe. I could see them. Besides obviously Johnny Blaze. Johnny Blaze is clearly dead. I don't know how they're going to be able to get back anyway, but that's besides the point. But you have those people who are going to be like, they could come back. I can see them coming back. Absolutely. You also have a lot of the villains from all the X-Men. Because I've watched all the X-Men sort of like movies. And I regret seeing one of them. Take a guess which one. X-Men and Wolverine, the Wolverine Pass movie. Why? But I like this. It's really fun. It's really entertaining. And obviously, the one thing I need to talk about is the villain. And yeah. Please no. Please, can you not give me nightmares? It's like putting fingers in my face. Why? That looks like it hurts. Please no. It's like when you see some of it, it's like like this one scene where she grabs him by the head and he's going through his eye. A finger is going through his eye. Not in the way of like you see like, oh yeah, like slicing and dicing. Like fully, the eye is moving and is still working and her hand is just inside his head. And it's like, oh, it just looks painful. It probably is. Probably is really painful. But I like it. I like how sort of like horrifying that is. I also won like the Deadpool core because that's a funny idea. I think I have. I think I've got it actually. Deadpool kills Marvel, which I think this sort of takes inspiration from. I've had the idea that someone's like, this is taking the inspiration from Deadpool. I also love the idea that is like the whole thing is that this isn't Deadpool. This isn't Deadpool from Logan. That one's dead. So like Deadpool, the one that's in those movies, is dead. But this one is one from like one that he didn't help, which is also interesting as an idea as you look into that. I'm also excited to see what happens next. Also, I find it interesting. I heard this out that like there's Kid Pool and you have Baby Pool, and I like the idea that like they didn't give any of the kids guns, which makes sense because I think Kid Pool's his like Ryan Reynolds' own kid. And the kid's got one of them. I'm like, you're fair. I like it. I'm fine with it. I don't know what's in the water pistols. I don't. Is it just water or is it acid? For like a Deadpool variant, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like, here's acid. But I don't know. Probably just water. Realistically, just water. Oh, those my cheeks. Yeah. I don't know. I think I've got stuff on my cheeks, don't worry about it. But I really do enjoy it. It's really fun. It's really enjoyable. The other thing, again, I just want to talk about it because it's cool. Also, I love the whole machine entanglement element. I don't know where this is going because it's been on record that Ryan Reynolds is not planning to make another one, which at this point, fair. Deadpool 1, really good. Deadpool 2, really good. Deadpool Wolverine, love. It feels weird compared to the first two. The first two feel more down to earth compared to Deadpool and Wolverine. Deadpool and Wolverine feels more like a, ooh, here's a big moment. So I can see why. I don't think it's going to be the last one. Maybe, like, because, like, he's said that, like, he still wants to be the character, but not probably be as prominent in stuff. Which, fair, valid. Like, at this point, like, this guy has made 3 films. Writing, directing, producing. Also, if some people are correct, maybe leaked some of the test footage. I'm not saying for certain, but I'm saying it might be. I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if he was, like, in, like, another film. But I don't think he's going to be... I don't think there's going to be a Deadpool 4. I highly doubt it. You can come back and be like, oh, no, you're wrong. Here's Deadpool 4. But with Ryan Reynolds specifically, I don't think there's going to be another Deadpool movie. But with these 3 films, it's definitely a good thing. It's a good trilogy. An amazing trilogy. So yeah, this is really good. Really amazing. And just overall, really amazing. And this is the last main Deadpool film. It is a good way to finish it. Well, not finish the character. He's going to come out first. But that's besides the point. It is amazing. Watch it. So I hope you enjoyed, and good night.
Spider-Man acting challenge. I need a Peter Parker. You're the Black Line. Action. You're gonna kill me like how you killed my father.
I'm done trying to convince you.
You took him from me. He loved me.
He despised you. You were an embarrassment to him. Oh, look. Little Goblin Jr. gonna cry.
Yeah, this is just data which I'm not gonna mess with because it doesn't do that. Okay. Psychosis is what. Okay, stop. Okay, what? I need to just click onto him. Ah. Okay. Where is it? Yes. Yeah, no. Shut up. Okay, that's good.
Here's a real high-class
Okay, originally I was about to use a sound, but I found this. And, oh wait, what am I doing? Okay, I don't know why. I like this. I like this so much. This looks cool. This looks amazing. Why is it even more blue than normal? Like, yeah, I just like this. I find this insane, and I find this fun and mad. Again, I just like these weird ones. Again, this just popped up, so I'm going to do this instead. Again, this is just weird. I'm going to do this for a minute because it's just fun messing around with it. So, I like these things. Yeah, it looks so cool. Again, just fun, just amazing. Yeah, that type stuff. Is it Kang? It's amazing! Yeah, I did that because originally I was trying to use it as a sound. And I didn't need one because this is going to be 1 minute. It's a game show, so I don't think there's much to talk about, in my opinion. But I do like this. This is cool. And I love this. This is amazing. I think this is amazing. It's so good. The talent, the work. Obviously, this whole thing is about bringing back some of the big names, big personalities. You have the 3 winners from like season 1, 2, and 3, and it's all about the big head-to-head off between all of them. Which, yeah, this is so amazing, and I like the amount of effort put into this. It is so cool, so awesome, and 100% worth to watch. Formation of complex neural structure reanimation enables insanity the damaged cells and low-level virus turns dead into insane. The man me. Okay, what is that? Join the net. Okay. Why is that? Why do I keep messing it?
This match will get red hot. Here goes. Here's a real high-class belt. Here goes.
We're back.
I know we're back.
5 days.
Shut. No, shut up.
Put a finger down, but every time you put a finger down, your chances of surviving a zombie apocalypse decreases by 10%. Realistic edition. Put a finger down if you're allergic to penicillin. Put a finger down if you're severely allergic to trees or grass. Put a finger down if you're allergic to peanuts. Put a finger down if you wear glasses or contacts. Put a finger down if you're a clumsy person. Put a finger down if you are a sympathetic crier. Put a finger down if you've never shot a gun in your life. Put a finger down if you're afraid to jump off of a swing. Put a finger down if you have a weak stomach or you're squeamish. And finally, put a finger down if you're a slow runner. Do let me use this sound or comment below. I really want to see what you guys get.
So yeah, this might be a very complicated one. So yeah, you have plunder. And like one of the other shows I referred to, which is legitimately isn't as bad as that, trust me. There's a lot of like one character being looking. But there are, compared to that one, I feel some good things about this. With the other one, which I think was like the War in Genshin, it had some fight scenes, but with this, I like the concept. Everyone has a number. If it goes down to 0, they disappear. But the more important things are, the one thing which I do think is the more interesting one are some of the things. One, you have a whole tale twist, because at the first it seems like a fantasy sort of show, and it does. Through like a lot of it does this fantasy stuff. Then all of a sudden, they go back in time and do kind of a bit of a sort of like fantasy high school, sort of like what you would imagine Assassination Classroom sort of is. It's a lot, Assassination Classroom 10 times better than the way that they does it here, but that's sort of like, they train them to be like military people type stuff. And I do like the whole concept. The whole thing with the ballads and all of that is absolutely insane. And like, all the choices that they do are so mad. And that philosophical thing of like, leaving the majority to starve, to have the minority like, to have at least some people survive and thrive, is really interesting. I also like one choice, one thing, because I didn't notice it at first. Because you have one character being like, oh, I know you're not who you say you are. And it's like, wait, how? And the whole thing was about, oh, you know how to defend against a gun, which does not exist. I'm like, I did, because realistically, he took a gun, he bashed it up, and then pointed it in another direction. I'm like, yeah, sure, if you're a military person, that makes sense. But then I'm like, they don't have guns. How should he know this? But yeah, it's kind of a mix. If you like fantasy, it's fun. If you don't like the anime stuff, I get why you don't want to watch it. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and good night.